Oh, we're live. Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. Welcome to 1000 Black Boys, December 2020. It's our final session for the year. It's our final inspiration event. So I'm coming on at 3:30 on the dot. I'll just give people 5 minutes or so to log in and to join us. So I'm still here. Gonna drink some water. I'm still here. And welcome to today's session. So look. Hi there, welcome to the session. So I'm here in the background, just giving people another 5 minutes or so to log on and to connect with us. We have an amazing lineup of speakers today that are absolutely phenomenal. It's gonna be amazing. Hi, hello. I'm gonna show my face very, very shortly. So I'm here. So this is what we're doing today. So it's 1000 Black Boys, December 2020. And today we're going to be closing the year out in style. And we have some amazing, incredible, very knowledgeable and talented people that are speaking today. And they're going to share lots of wisdom with us. Hi, hello. Thank you for joining us. So it's Ademola. So thank you for coming on pretty much on time. Just giving people another until 35, so another 4 minutes or so to log on and to join us. For those of you that are on now, please go for it. There's something on your platform, whether you're on Facebook, Twitter, Periscope, or YouTube. It's SHARE. So press share. So press share so that more people can see this. So some of you know about this, some of you registered already. For some people, they might just see it because you shared it, and they're like, whoa, I need to be on that. So yeah, so for those of you who've logged on earlier, please share this. So I'm still here. I'm going to just share the main screen with you so you can see what we're doing today. And when it comes to 3:35, we're gonna get started. Okay. So welcome. There we go. Welcome. Hi, you joined in. Great to have you here. We're in for a brilliant session today. We've got some amazing speakers. So after I've told you about what we do and why we do it and why we exist, we're gonna start off with two phenomenal, inspirational people that are doing really, really great things. And the first, it's actually a panel conversation we're gonna have with two people, and it's a mindset panel discussion. And they're going to talk about some very, very important things that will concern Black boys, young Black men, and every single person that supports them, and also people who are interested in making a difference. So they'll be joining us very, very shortly. So I'm going to literally start in 1 minute. So my name is Ademola, but I'm kind of saving that, giving people more time to join us. For those of you that are on, here's what you could do for us. It'd be absolutely amazing because we want to make a difference to as many people as we can. Is just press the share button with this. So don't be shy, just press share so more people can actually see this. And also for those of you that have logged on early, if you see me looking over to this side, it's because I've got two screens. So if I look this way, it's not because I'm blanking you or I'm ignoring you, it's just I'm kind of like looking away from the screen. There's two screens. So there's one here, right in front of me. And then there's another one here. Oh yeah, we've got DJ Mr. P on the line. Thank you for being on. Good afternoon to you as well. Great to have you on. And also big thank you for supporting us to promote this. So if you want promotions, DJ Mr. P is brilliant for that. He's helped us to get this to as many people as possible. Okay, so welcome. It's 3:35. My name is Ademola Adeyeba. I'm the founder of 1000 Black Boys. So today, this is our December event. So this is our December event, and it's also our 2nd year anniversary. And we're closing off 2020. And we just want to share some really powerful things with you. I've got some really inspiring people that I'm connected to, and I would love for you to meet them. I would love for you to get to know them. And if you are a young Black boy or young Black man that's out there, this is absolutely for you, so that you can see, regardless of what happens, regardless of the obstacles or whatever might happen, and what's all that's happened in 2020, you can be successful. There are people that have done it, and they are also here for you to connect with them as well. So all of their details will be on our website. So let me start by sharing my screen with you. Let's have a look. All right, let's go for the big option. There we go. Brilliant. So I'm pressing the button, like over to this side. So my name is Ademola Adeyeba. That's the pronunciation. It's a very lovely, simple name to remember. So Ademola Adeyeba. The first name is 4 syllables. So Ademola. Nice and easy. I'm the founder of 1000 Black Boys. And just a big thank you. Thank you for being here. And also, someone just dropped a stat. Sorry about me. So thank you for being here. And also a big well done for being here as well. It's a Friday afternoon, December 2020. Been a very, very interesting year. And you're here for some inspiration. You're here to connect with people that can have you elevate your mindset and give you powerful tools. So that's why I'm saying well done to you. And just so you know, so this is our 4th online event. So since the lockdown, we've literally gone virtual like most companies have, and most people have. And we've touched more people over this time than we were doing before the lockdown. So just proof that regardless of what happens, you can still make a difference. You can still do the things that you want to do. And that's a really key message from myself and the speakers that will be talking today. And this is our 6th event in total. We've done 2 physical events and 4 online. And my request is, share this. Please share this. Press the share button, because the more people that see this, the more people get impacted, you know? And let me tell you a little bit about 1000 Black Boys. So we are a group of entrepreneurs, business owners, professionals, coaches, mentors, parents, sons, daughters, brothers, sisters. So essentially, we're just like you, and we're really committed to making a difference. And we're absolutely and completely going for that. And we're very much familiar about the media's narrative when it comes to Black boys and young Black men. Like, we're familiar about that. We're familiar with the way things are portrayed in society, economically, the school system. So we see all of this stuff. So we see the challenges, we see the things that don't work. And what really brings us together is we also see opportunity. We see opportunity, and we absolutely want to make a difference. So we're not about being angry. We're not about being afraid of being confused. We are absolutely about there's opportunities, and what can we do and partner with people who share our vision to absolutely make a difference. So our message is one of potential, vision, and power. That's what we're about. So potential, vision, and power. On that note, let me share our vision with you. I do this at the start of all of our events. And if you've been to the previous one, please listen to this fresh. And if you haven't, this is fresh. So this is why we exist. This is the short version. So we exist to inspire Black boys and young Black men to unleash their potential and to live a life of purpose. That's why we exist. That's why we do what we do within our team, within our organization. So here's the full version. So we exist to empower and enable Black boys and young Black men to discover their greatness, to unleash their uniqueness, to innovate, and to create things that have never been done before. We want them to have the audacity to dream big, and in so doing, transform the world. That's our full vision. That's our full vision. And I'll share more about that during the conversation. So just imagine that when that happens, when young Black boys and young Black men are creating things that are phenomenal, things that we've never seen before, things that are unique, things that make life even better. Who benefits? The world benefits. The world transforms. So that's why we do what we do. So this is our 2nd year anniversary. So we launched on the 8th of December 2018. And 2018 was a very interesting year. I saw the news. Constantly, I'd see news of black boys and young black men dying on our streets. And it really moved me. And I was just like, no, enough. I want to make a difference to this. I'm not going to just read the papers and hear the news and be like, oh, I wish somebody would do something about that. I said, no, I'm the person to do something about that. And who else is with me? And lots of people said, yes, let's go. So that's really when it started. And also one of the final catalyst was one of my family members had an incident in his school. They were very, very young children at this time. And I thought to myself, right, this is getting close to home. So let's go out and let's make a difference. And we literally started that journey. This conversation was starting to happen from October 2018. And then I had a conversation with a colleague that I used to work with. He lives in East London, in Hackney. And his nephew, who lives in Hackney, was going to a school in Lewisham. And because he wasn't from the area, he was getting picked on. And we just thought, we want to transform that mindset. We don't want that to be the case, that because you're not from the area, we want to get you. We just thought, no, enough of that. And we also stand for, like I've just said from our vision, that black boys and young black men get their power, their potential, and they use it in a way that inspires them and those around them. So that's why we started, and that's why we do what we do, and that's what sparked it. And we're not just about dealing with things once they've happened. We want to prevent it from ever even taking place, right? So not just that once there's been problems or troubles, because there are young black boys, young black men who are doing great in life. We want to have them continue to be inspired. So that's why we got started. And why now, right? So 2020, what a year, eh? If it's been an interesting year for you, for those of you that are with me out there, those of you that are tuned in, put something in the comments. If it's been an interesting year for you as well, please let us know. And, the lockdowns, COVID, economy's been hit, people have been massively impacted. What we've also seen is that people have been successful and have done great things over this time. And we want you to meet some of them. So we want to share that with you. People that during this challenging year, during the challenging months, they've done things that are absolutely phenomenal. And they're also going to give you incredible tips that will empower you for the rest of the year. So we don't want you to finish 2020 like disempowered and completely flawed. We don't want that. We want you to be empowered as we finish this year and as we go into 2021. So that's what we want to do. And ultimately, the sessions, myself, what we're going to discuss is to have you shift perception, to have you shift how you see the world, to have you have a different perspective to what you might hear from the media every single day. And what I always say to everyone is, if you are still breathing, so if in the morning your alarm went off and you breathed in, and you breathed out, and you're awake and you're alive, that means that you are still in the game. Or maybe it wasn't your alarm, but you woke up and you're breathing. It means you're still in the game. So if that's the case, keep on going. And that's our message for the black boys that are out there, the young black men that are out there, and for parents and for everyone who's out there, who's listening to this. That's the message. If you're still breathing, you are still in the game. So keep going, keep playing. And that's what today's about. And that's what the speakers that are talking will speak with you about. So today you're going to meet entrepreneurs, business people, coaches, and mentors that are doing phenomenal things. There'll also be some services, some things that they do that you can get involved with, that if you're a young black boy that's out there, a young black man that's out there, that will support you with your journey. Or if you are a parent, if you are an auntie, an uncle, a sister, whoever you are, that if you see those services and those people, you can reach out to them, because we want everyone to win. That's our message. We want everybody to win. And it'll also give you great tips. So please get a pen and paper ready. Look, seriously, like my paper and pen are good to go. I'm taking notes. So my request is you do the same, you do likewise, because these tips will help you and support you to close the year out in style. And this has been streamed on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, and Periscope. So if you're on those platforms, please let us know. And also remember, please share. And there'll be opportunities as well from some of these people that are speaking. They're doing great things that you can participate with, whether you can be a mentor or be a mentee, all kinds of stuff. It'll be phenomenal. So the agenda for today, I'm going to go through that with you very, very quickly. So now I'm looking over to this part of my screen. Bear with me. Okay, let's see. I think you can see that. So that's me starting off, Ademola. And then after me, I've got these incredible people. So I've got Trelo, and I've got Samuel Lewis. They're doing brilliant things. So this is a mindset session. So this is literally going to be starting very, very shortly. And they are in the studio as we speak. Awesome. And after that, we're going to have a perspective from somebody who's very, very successful from within the fashion industry. Self-started the company and his business, and he's doing great things. He's doing brilliant things. So we want you to hear from him. And after that, we've got David McQueen, phenomenal coach. He works with some of the biggest companies globally, and he does some brilliant and some great work with them. So he's got some nuggets, some wisdom to share with us. So he's going to be on today as well. And then we have Samuel Ade, a different Samuel. So he's one of the 56 Black Men. He is number 4 of the 56 Black Men. And he's also going to just share what he's been up to this year, share the things that he's been developing, and just share how he's dealt with a very interesting 2020 and how you can close the year out in style. And then after that, we have another member of the 56 Black Men team. And this is Ajani, and he is number 26. Yet again, he started something this year that's very, very powerful, very, very necessary. We do let parents know that conversation will be, it's a sensitive subject. Before we start it, I'll give you plenty of notice in case you want to come off and come back on, or so you can make a choice to have your children listen to that conversation. And then the plan is to have Marcus Campbell also do a session. So he's talking about personal mastery. He has this brilliant tool that he uses for intrinsic motivation. Powerful session. He's dialing in from the US. So hopefully everything works well with that connection and he can share his wisdom with us as well. And then lastly, we have a music panel. So Trey's back on that panel. And there's this phenomenal team from London Rebels who are talking about how 2020 has gone for them. And in the middle of that challenge, they've taken their company, their radio station to a whole nother level. So they're doing a panel conversation along with Trey. So on that note, and then lastly, I want to summarize everything. And so we initially planned to finish this at 7:30, but because the panel was so strong, we've had more people that wanted to speak, but we've confirmed them for our January event. So we've extended this for half an hour. So we'll be here. I'll be here till 8:30. You can stay all the way throughout. You can dip in and dip out, but join us. So on that note, let me invite these two gentlemen to come along and join us. As you can see them rear. Let me bring. That's Trey just joining us. And this
Hey.
Hey guys.
Hey Samuel.
Hey Trey. Hi Ademola. How are you doing?
I'm doing brilliant. Thank you very much.
Good.
How are you guys doing?
Fantastic, man. Seriously. Fantastic.
Yeah. Brilliant.
Happy to be here. Really happy to be here.
No, my pleasure. Thank you for coming on because you guys are doing some really interesting things. And when so Trey and I, we go way back. He actually spoke at our first online event in June. So for me to close out the year, we 100% had to bring him back because he's had a very, very challenging and interesting year. And he's just been able to just deal with it. And now he set something up that I want to share with people and I want everyone to know about. And then Samuel, you and I spoke last week And I just thought, whoa, okay, how can I put this guy on the agenda? What can we do to have to have him speak about what he's doing? So here we are. So if we can, just a really quick introduction. From you, Trey. Tell us a bit about yourself, what you do, and also why you do it. And a similar thing for you as well, Samuel. And then we'll just go into a conversation. Can you guys do that?
Yeah.
Yep, let's do it. You want to go first, Samuel?
Yeah,
okay,
I'll go first. I'm Samuel Lewis, founder of the London Smile Project. Thank you, Ademola, for this platform and being able just to come and share just some really, good times. I didn't bring my cup of coffee. I've got it on the side. But I'm really, really excited to be here and just be with the community and everyone, just to share, what's happening and what I'm up to. So a little bit about me. How far back do you want me to go? Sort of what I studied, background, industry.
What resonates with you? Share it.
So I studied law. My background is mixed between Grenadian and Senegalese. So my mum was very strict. I had to study law. I had to study medicine. I had to do one of those professions,
Right.
So I studied law. Very similar to a Nigerian Ghanaian background. Yes.
I did engineering.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I started on law and I did advertising, so I can relate.
Well, I went into finance. So there was a little bit of dismay, but it was okay. So did a number of years working in financial service regulation. And I think that's where a lot of the awakening for me kind of happened. But I'll come back to that and touch on that later. After that, I decided probably about 3 years ago to set up my own business working in renovations and property refurbishment. So that's me in a nutshell. And I'll explain a little bit about Project Smile and how that all came up later on. But
okay, sure. Thank you very much, Samuel. Thank you.
No.
Great. So a bit about me. Again, how far do you want me to go? I think similar story. My background, obviously Nigerian. My mum and dad wanted me to be a doctor or a lawyer or maybe an engineer.
Wow.
I went into the music business. So for most people know, I'm one half of the Architects, did Body Groove that a lot of people know.
Was that record?
For 20 years ago it was. Also got into property as well. I absolutely love property. I love anything that's passive. But the thing I'm really, really passionate about that I've been in for the last 10 years has been coaching and mentoring. That's the thing that really lights me up, I think, more than anything else. And also another thing I do is I'm a tinnitus campaigner. So basically I've had tinnitus since I was 15 years old, and it's a really hard condition for a lot of people to live with. A lot of people. So tinnitus is ringing in the ears, and most people get it from being a musician. But I actually got it when I was 15. I was in hospital recovering from an appendectomy. I was given an overdose that paralyzed me twice. And when I came out of it the second time, I had tinnitus and a whole heap of problems. So over the years, it got worse and worse and worse. It's funny, like during the whole Body Groove days, 1 minute I'm on top of the pops, the next day I'll be having my brain scan. It was literally the highest highs and the lowest lows. And that was like my life. But what was great about going through that is it's really solidified my desire to make a difference. So I'm really glad that I've experienced that kind of life, going through suffering and stuff, because it's just really made, I just really want to make a difference. So I love doing it. I love mentoring. I've been on here with Adeyeba for a long time. We've both trained together at an amazing coaching company for a number of years. And I love it. I just have a great life. I get to make a difference. Yeah, it's been a challenging year for me, but I get to recycle all that pain. I get to recycle all of that challenge in order to make a difference. And that's pretty much what I've been doing this whole year. And then I've literally got back into the music business because my brother passed away sadly in February. I've retired from the business. And then just working on a project to really honor and, a tribute to him. And it's something I'll talk about later, an initiative called Music Beats Life, where, we're just literally going to fund projects that impact young people, make a difference. And they're also partnering with music charities to, just to raise funds for them as well with our musical projects. So it's been all go this year. And I'm just really grateful more than anything else. It's been challenging, but it's been amazing at the same time. And that's down to the mindset as well. So yeah, great to be here.
Brilliant. Well, Trey, since you started that conversation, tell us about what you're up to right now. Tell us about Music Beats Life.
So Music Beats Life is an initiative that I've created just to honor Ashley. Because my brother was like, he was one of these beautiful souls. Like, we're from West London, and you'd see him on the street, even if he didn't know you, and you got speaking to him, he was always talking about what's possible and come on, don't give up. What are you doing? He had that soul to him, like beautiful, beautiful soul. And obviously my background as a coach and mentor and what I've gone through. So it was a no-brainer when he died. I thought, how can I actually honor my brother in the best possible way? And it's the way I always go to in life, I think. It's always, how can I make a difference in other people's life? So it's such an initiative created to impact young people. I mean, primarily in the world of music and creativity, but across the board, you know, just to really support young people. Like, and I've had this idea for a long time, and idea I wanted to do was do a like a kind of concert or something each year, and the funds raised for that goes towards a young person's charity or something. Obviously, with COVID, that's not been possible this year, possibly not next year at all. But I just had a vision of a festival where people are listening to music, and it's someone like yourself, Ade, or you, Samuel, you go on in between the music, and you're there to inspire young people. Do you know, I think it's kind of missing in this world now. Everything's more about this kind of like an instant gratification, but there's not enough that inspires young people, because I really don't think education does it. I've been through school, and I certainly didn't get anything around mindset, anything how to deal with troubling times. You know, it was just stuff that kind of wasn't really that important. So I really think with the Music Beats Life initiative, it's just a way to really empower young people. So that's one of the projects. And then, of course, just before my brother died, he had a lot of music that he was working on. So my thing is also to continue that as well and have the proceeds go to a music charity, which we're working on at the moment. So that's just going to be really exciting, because musicians, as you know, have been struggling this year, and there are lots of funds that have been set up to support them. So I want all the music that I make to do that, because, to be honest, without that in the music business, it doesn't appeal to me like it did before. You know, music, it's kind of like, you know, it's kind of like an ego type driven world, and it's kind of like a me world, that it doesn't really inspire me. Whereas I think when I know I'm making a difference to other people, that will get me in the studio, because obviously I live with severe tinnitus. So I've got to have a real strong reason to get back into the studio and, you know, deal with the tinnitus and make music. And I think if I'm going to make a difference, fine, because I'm willing to die for that, do you know?
Trey, let me ask you a question. So this could be quite triggering. So I'm saying it responsibly. And after this, I'll go to Samuel to find out more about the London Smile project and why that started. But there was a story you told me about your brother had music lined up. He was planning to travel to New York. And literally when he passed, there was the passport just there that...
Yeah, so my brother literally collapsed and died in his flat, and he was alone in his flat. And it is really sad when I really think about it. You know, when literally we had to get the police to break into the flat. And when they had broken in, they'd noticed just outside the flat there was mail for him. And this mail had the passport. And he was literally due, I think, 4 or 5 days after that time when he was found. He was supposed to go to New York and record a video for a song he did with a friend that we work with called Crystal, where they were supposed to record a song called Running on the Spot. And I shared about that. I was in this forum literally within a week after my brother died. And I've always had it almost conceptually, the sense of, you know, live life now. You know, we kind of have it as a concept because promised. And when I shared that about my brother, it was so literal that he died and collapsed on one side of the door, and on the other side there was a passport. He never got to go to New York. He never got to make that video. And he was only 49. And we live with this sense of we're going to live forever and tomorrow is promised and we've got time. And my empowering context I've always had is that people get present to their greatness now. And it was a lot more conceptual. Whereas now I say it to people, it's like, it's not a joke. You do not know when it's your last day on earth. And my thing is, I mean, we're all going to die, right? That's it. No one's getting out of that. But I want to be so thoroughly used up. You know, it's a quote from George Bernard Shaw. I want to be so thoroughly used up that there's nothing left. And most of us just don't live like that. We kind of live like, I'll do it tomorrow, or that project I've got, I'll do it tomorrow, or that song, I'll do it tomorrow, or that business idea, I'll do it tomorrow, or that person I want to ask out on a date or marry or have kids with, I'll do it tomorrow. And for me, when I think about my brother on one side of that door and the passport on the other, tomorrow's not guaranteed. And it strengthened my resolve more than anything to make a difference to people, that they get that they need to make that now. Who cares what other people think? what other people are saying, what the naysayers say. People are going to say what they're going to say about you. And great minds actually discuss ideas. They don't discuss people. So it's not to focus on what other people say, think, or feel. It's what are you committed to? What's your vision? What's your purpose? Go and do it now. I don't even care if you're not ready. You know, I'm sure, Sam, you probably have a similar story. Ade, you've got a similar story. Wait,
do you know what? Yeah.
It really is, isn't it? Like when we did Body Groove, hell no, that song was faster than all of us. God, it took us on a roller coaster ride. We weren't ready for the success of that.
Remind me again, what's the name of the female artist on that?
On the original, Nene.
Nene, yeah, no. We know her family. We know Nene. Yeah.
Oh, right, okay.
Wow.
She's great. She's great. She's just this little dinky. She's just so fun.
You know, my brother brought Nene to that project, knew from before, and she would have had no idea how big it was. I had no idea how big it was. Can you imagine what we're dealing with? She's coming from nothing, getting onto that project with all the stress of that. My brother's come to that project thinking, I wrote that song, but my God, that's like you know, he always never wanted fame, and it was a struggle for him. And meanwhile, I'm there, the youngest of the trio, and I'm dealing with hospital 1 minute, the music project the next, and hospital. And nobody knew. Literally, no one at that time knew what I was dealing with. And you've just got a juggernaut of a track just running, and we're trying to hang on life. Yeah. And it, you know, and that period, I look back to it, in some ways it was stressful. You know, and the music business is like that. It can be a very stressful industry. And especially if I had the mindset I had now, it'd be very, very different. But back then, as a young person dealing with ill health, dealing with being in a, you know, a situation that's kind of running way ahead of where you are, my God, it would be a very different thing, you know. But again, that's what I love. You know, one thing I always go back to that I'll speak later about Ade is just being grateful. Like, you know, I think when you have gratitude,
it's not very conceptual that, but yeah, it'd be great to people hear that. Like, that's not like, oh wow, that's new.
But I mean grateful as a practice. I don't just mean conceptual. Oh, I'm grateful. No. I mean, as a practice. So one thing I always say to people that I coach is have it as like a morning routine when you wake up and you're grateful. So if you're spiritual, you believe in God, you're like grateful to God. You know, you pray, you do what you need to do. If you're more spiritual and not in a, you know, in that kind of way, it just might be grateful to the universe or grateful to your family, grateful to nature, whatever it is. But I think one thing I've got in life is just gratitude for whatever situation I've been in, to be grateful for it and look for the blessing in that. Because one day I'll be dead and buried. What does it matter? You know, the silly things we get caught up in. This one said that one said that, this happened, that happened. It kind of doesn't really matter, because the person outside there that, you know, like imagine people listen to Body Group, they don't even know or care. They don't care that I was ill or what anyone went through. They just think, oh my God. And I think that's what matters more. What you leave the world with is so much more important than the kind of more small meaning that you give things and circumstances, because the world has never moved because of the small meanings and the things that you deal with. It moves from the difference you make to this world, to the gifts you give to this world, to the creativity you bring to this world. And I think that
it's like Maya Angelou. It's what she said, right? People don't remember what you said; they just remember how you made them feel. And I hear that loudly from what you're saying. You know, the little differences that you make.
And you know, it's ultimately what you do that moves this world. Most people have thoughts. Every 8 billion souls in this world have got thoughts and feelings, but it's what you do on the court. And what you do on the court can be dangerous, because it's literally like you're on the court and balls are thrown at you, you're having to play the game rather than observe the game. But it's the playing of the game that moves the world. And then the game could be brutal. No matter what industry you're in, whatever you're doing, it can be hard. I mean, look at the year I've had. You know, it's not personal. You know, life is not personal. My brother didn't die as a personal thing against me. It just happens. Bad things happen to good people, right? And you can't choose that. But you can choose who you are in the face of things that happen to you in life. And that's the thing. And that's why I think gratitude is such a key component, to start from there and then build and have a real sense of purpose and just love for people.
So Trey, I think for that, that's really awesome. That's brilliant. That's what this is about. Samuel, over to you. So the London Smile Project, tell us about why did you start that?
Can I just say, just to finish off that point that Trey was saying, you know, for me, it's like the meaning of life is to find your gift, and the purpose of life is to give that away. And I think that's something that's just so profound that, you know, I've really come into a real appreciation of, you know, what is my gift? And to answer your question, Ade, the London Smile Project, it really is all about bringing joy to the world. And, you know, your gift might be different. Your gift might just be to, you know, to say, you know, thank you
I
to
love to
somebody.
inspire
Maybe to
people.
hold
I
the
just
door
love it.
open. Huh?
Mine is I just love to inspire people. It's like
Right. It could
when
just be
someone gets to
inspiring
ask my payment.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Please continue.
Yeah.
I'll cut you off there. Go on.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Find your gift. That is the meaning of your life. Find your gift, and your purpose is to give that away. And as my grandmother always said to me, and I keep it close to my heart, Samuel, you're never at your best than when you're serving other people. And I think if you want to be great, if you want to really, you know, find, you know, your purpose in life, it is really truly to serve. And I think there you'll find greatness when you are in the service of others. So I have to say that first and foremost, because I can listen to Trey all day. And you at the moment, it's just amazing. So I think for me, the London Smile Project really came out of, again, being a young black guy, looking at outside and looking at the media, what I'm being told of, this is the expectation of, you know, somebody who fits this demographic, you know, and it's necessarily negative, and there is no real positive, I suppose, representation. And I saw that, and I thought to myself, wow, you know, this is what the current, you know, situation is. And there's plenty of other black people out there like me and young black men who are obviously looking at themselves and thinking, gosh, is this it? Am I supposed to be, you know, a drug dealer? Am I supposed to be lazy? Am I supposed to be ignorant? Am I supposed to be all the stereotypes that society says I am? I didn't see it, but that's the expectation that I'm supposed to fit into, right? So I found it very hard, because I'm none of those things. I can be lazy at times, absolutely. I mean, we all can, but that's not me. That's not who I am. That doesn't define me. And I found that a lot of people that I was kind of growing up with, they all had that kind of sense of, you know, the media is bad, but no one's doing anything about it. No one's really saying anything about it. No one's really bringing an alternative to it. And what I'm seeing now is that people are literally waking up. It's a cultural revolution or renaissance, whatever you want to call it, within this area of black identity. And so for me, what I found is, you know, doing some work, some self-development, I realized, I remembered a younger version of me when I was sitting down and waiting for my grandmother to come and collect me in primary school. And it was a sunny day, I remember. I was sitting in the hallway, the big hall was behind me, the sun was bursting through. I just wanted to be out there playing and enjoying myself and having a good time. And my year 2 teacher, Mrs. Malaki, she came to me. I was sitting in the hallway, she came to me and she said, "Oh, Sam, where's Granny?" And I said, "Oh, you know, she's not here." And then she stopped and she said, "You're so smiley. You're always smiling." That's what she said to me, my year 2 teacher. And I remember it. And as she was saying that, the headmistress was coming down the stairs, Mrs. Del Bravo, and she said, and she'd overheard, and she said, "Oh, yes, our Sam, he's always smiling, always happy." And then Mrs. Malaki turned to me and she said, "Can I get you a jam sandwich?" And I was like, yeah, I'd love a jam sandwich. And so she went off, she got me a jam sandwich. And I just recall when I was sitting down recollecting, like, just this memory, you know, who was I being in that moment that had such an amazing and awesome impact on my year 2 teacher, so much so for her to literally take time out of a busy day. As teachers, you know, they're overworked and underpaid, to go off and make me a jam sandwich and just do something so incredible for me. And she brought it back, and I ate it. And, you know, soon after, my gran came and picked me up. But I'm sitting down here, sort of, you know, 25 plus whatever many years later, and I'm just like thinking to myself, wow, like the impact that I had on her through the power of my smile. I want to bring that joy. I want to bring that out so that every young black man, young black boy who maybe doesn't see themselves represented in the media can see themselves one smile at a time, one picture at a time, one story at a time. I want to really look at transforming, you know, the energy that just surrounds us as a black community, and really have us be, you know, powerful, inspirational, joyful human beings. That's what the London Smile Project is all about in a nutshell.
Love that.
Brilliant. I mean, just for those that are listening, so for the young black boys, young black men that are out there listening, and for everyone else who's listening, so just to anchor what Samuel said, so in this time, he's kind of thought back, who was I being? What did I do? How did I land out there with people that this teacher went out of her way to go and do that for me? And he just got that. Well, I was smiling. Like, I'm always smiling. Like, I love to smile. And that's what his project is about. And what I also get from what you're saying, Samuel, is that it sounds really simple, but just encouraging the young ones, look, smile. That's one thing, like, just smile. Like, and also, who are you? How do you come across that you can influence and impact other people? Almost like, don't fall for the stereotype.
Yeah.
Don't fall for the, I'm a rude boy. Yeah, I'm tough. Don't fall for that. Be you. I'm hearing, like, be yourself. Is that
completely self-express? Be completely who you are, because the world needs you just as you are and just as you're not. And I think that's the message that I really want to like bring out. Like, you are unique, you are perfect, and the space in which you stand, no one else can do that. No one else can do you like you. And I just want to encourage and inspire people to really get connected to, the power of a smile, how it can literally change the neurons in your brain, how it can impact other people, like on a cellular level. There's so much science behind it, and there's so much energy that can come from it. You can literally just transform an environment and how you show up and help people, like you said, Ademola, respond to you. So yeah, absolutely, this is the work that we're up to, and really committed that people experience joy and are inspired and really are truly happy within themselves. So if there was one tip that I can, and I know I'm probably jumping ahead.
No, go for it.
But one thing that I would really impress upon the young men, women, families, our community, is to choose joy. Everything in life is a choice. Even if it looks like you don't have a choice, by externalizing it and putting it outside of yourself, you rob yourself of the greatest power that there is, which is to stand in your own possibility of choosing what you want for your life. And I think that is really a key thing that I want to impart with these young Black boys. Choose joy in any situation. Just like you said, Trey, choose gratitude or be grateful. Choose joy. And so much opens up for you in that space. It's a different perspective. It's not always easy, but it's
not easy. I love that, what you said that, because one thing I'm present to is life is all about choices. And I think one of the things that I did, even with my tinnitus, I was able to flip it, is because I was choosing it as something that was painful and I didn't want it and blah, blah, blah. That made not a jot of difference to it. But then I started to choose it as something empowering, like, wow, I've got this. Do you know what I mean?
Elaborate on choosing. Someone's like,
I'll give you an example. Like, it's literally like, I've got this concept, right, called pain juice. Like, people tend to shy away from pain. I say use it, choose it, leverage it. Because you look at some of the greatest human beings, right? They've all had pain. You know, Mandela, 27 years Rikers Island, like pain. You look at Martin Luther King, Jesus Christ. You look at all of these people, like, they leveraged their pain. They chose it. They didn't choose to be a victim about it. They didn't choose to have a pity party about it. They chose it. But not only did they choose it, they leveraged it. Because if you haven't been through pain, then what's going to be your fuel? And that's why I call it pain juice. It's just like you're saying, Samuel, choose it. I grew up around a lot of people in Ladbroke Grove, a lot of rude boys and all that. They were some of the smartest people you could ever meet. Unfortunately, half of them are dead now. Some of them are in jail. But they didn't choose what they learned on the streets and actually, use that as something to create a company with. Do you understand? Like, kind of internalized sense of, I'm a young Black boy. Oh, well, this is it. It was a very day-to-day thinking rather than a long-term thinking, which is why some of them are not with us. I know so many, amazing minds that are gone now. But if only they chose that pain, or they chose that hard start in life, they chose it, leveraged it, made a difference of it, and then shared it with other people. It's like what you're saying. We don't live life like we can choose it. I was like, no, I don't want that. Oh, I don't want that. Oh, I don't want to get unemployed. I don't want to lose my job. No, choose it. There's power when you choose it rather than when you resist it. Because as we know, when you resist it, it persists tenfold. When you choose it, okay, resist it. Because life isn't it's not personal. Like, people think life is personal. It's not personal. It's just life, right?
Yeah, it's just a bunch of stuff that happens, right?
But like I said earlier, you only get to choose who you are in the face of the cards you're dealt. And most people don't exercise that choice. When you choose it, power comes instantly. Because then you can choose your way to your greatest possible life. It's all a choice.
Well, gentlemen, just to ask this question, I think I'll ask you. You've touched on it at different parts, and the time has basically flown by. This section is nearly done, by the way. Would you believe it?
No way, we're just getting started.
Talk for England, it looks like.
We're just getting started. So here's a question. You touched on it, and I'm reading it deliberately. So the question is, talk about the importance of making a difference to Black boys and young Black men. Why is that important?
For me, it's a legacy, isn't it? And for me, it is about restoring pride. It's restoring, a sense of worth and identity. And I think, going back to what I said, the reason why Project Smile came about is because I didn't see those representations, those positive representations of young Black men in the media. And that's how it kind of started. And I said, you know what, I want to get and have a campaign to have 100 young Black guys all smiling. And then 100 young Black women all smiling, and families as well, all smiling. But for me, if we can transform the life of that one Black guy who is, not feeling, like he exists, and it feels like he's not seen in society, and that society's kind of thrown him away. If I can reach out to him, empower him, and help him to transform his view of himself, first through his mind, through his thinking, and through seeing somebody that could be like him and is him, that could really transform his family. It could transform his community. That can transform society. It could transform the world. So I'm really committed and, really standing for that positive representation. And, from a place of mental resilience, I guess, so that you see yourself, you can be that you see. And that for me is the reason why I do what I do, consistent with, I want to be of service to this section of the community, because at one point I was a young Black man, and that I got to start somewhere.
Brilliant. Thanks, Samuel. Great answer. Thank you for saying that. Trey, same question for you.
Similar thing. I mean, like I said, my upbringing was weird, because on the one hand, I was like this kind of good model Nigerian boy, like went to university, blah, 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 blah. But, from where I live in London, in West London, in Notting Hill, there was also that kind of street life. So I've actually been in that, like fully in that. And I've seen, like I said, some of the most talented minds literally lose their lives. And for the ones that made it, some of them didn't even made it. Some of them are crackheads, some of them are all sorts. And I saw so much wasted talent. I didn't look at Black men like myself as, how society sometimes sees them as not up to much, or they need a helping hand. These were talented people, really talented. So what we were talking about earlier today, Ade, is like, if you can transform the lives of young Black boys, you'll transform the world. Because I would say they're the one demographic where I think they're not given, that real even, playing field. I think there's this preconception that they have to fight against, on top of all the challenges of life that we all have to deal with. We've kind of dealt with that kind of, and the reason why I want to do that is I don't want, especially young Black men, to have it like, especially what's happened this year with George Floyd and all that. I think it can be very easy to get into a bit of a victim mindset or narrative. And I actually really resent that, because I see so much potential, and I get a bit suspicious when even the mainstream media are actually on their agenda. I'm like, what's in it for them? These are the same people that sent us into the Iraq war. And I'm like, well, why are they supportive of it? And it's very easy. And I mentor a lot of Black kids, and they get into this narrative of the world's out to get me and my skin. I think, no, your biggest asset is your skin. Like you just said, you know what I mean? Like me smiling, I'm amazed at how the world is for me. Just by smiling, it's great that you say that, because the world does change, you add that with your learning. And I don't even just mean your formal learning. I mean, your kind of street learning is valuable, because you can't buy that. You learn to be powerful in any situation, because there are times your life depends on it. It's such a skill set. And I want young Black boys to get just how talented they already are. I don't care if you haven't been to Oxbridge. You've got so much talent. And I think us, Black people, we are gifted, creatively gifted. I think we're spiritually gifted as well. And I think it's more important now than ever before. I mean, we've had COVID. You've got the, the ramifications of Brexit that are going to hit us. It's already young for young people getting onto property and God knows what. I want them to get their greatness now. And that's going to be involved. And I think they get their greatness from someone that looks like them, talks like them, gets them and gets their world. I've been in that world. I mean, all of us have it. People might look at us and think, well, how would you know that world? We do. We were young Black men once. We had to deal with that stuff. We had to navigate, and there was no spotlight when we were younger. You know, there was no Black Lives Matter in this sort of international spotlight on what we went with. It was just normal for us to walk down the street and a woman would cross the road. It was normal to go into a shop and, do you know what I mean? It was normal when I was young to get stopped and searched 5 or 6 times on the way to a party when I was young. And I think what they have now is spotlights on it now. But what they need is that helping hand to not go into this victim narrative, which I think keeps them down. It's a bit like, not necessarily like aid to Africa for the same reason. It keeps them down and dependent. No, teach me how to be an entrepreneur. Do you know what I mean? Let me be an entrepreneur. Let me learn for myself. Let me study for myself so I can feed myself. Don't give me a loaf of bread. You know, let me cultivate the land myself. And that's the thing that I want to instill with young Black boys, 1,000%, because I was once a young, broke Black boy that couldn't afford to go studio. You know, and someone gave me a hand. Like most immigrants came over here, they were given a hand by someone. And I think it's our duty. I would go as far as saying it is our duty for Black men like us. It's our duty, I think, to help the next generation. So it's like a no-brainer that I would be involved in that. No-brainer.
Awesome. So maybe just like we can have like another couple of minutes here.
Mm-hmm.
So I've got one tip from Samuel. What are you, Trey? So maybe I'll read. Yeah. So just a tip that you can give to those that are listening. So to the Black boys, young Black men, and to everybody else who's listening, what's the one tip that they should take on that will have them close the year out in style?
God, I've got quite a few ones. I mean, I mentioned gratitude as a practice. You know, I would say it's one of the biggest tips that I would say. And I was lucky. So even I spent part of my childhood around a certain kind of cultural demographic who weren't necessarily going anywhere fast, right? What I did have was my dad who would come over here and was an entrepreneur. And it made a real big difference to me. So I think one of the tips that I would say to a lot of young Black men is look at your circle. Who are you around? What kind of conversations are you having? You know, are they talking about creating stuff, or is it this day-to-day stuff that's just not going to have you go anywhere fast? Definitely look at your environment. Start to cultivate an environment if people are up to something. You know, if you haven't got a coach or a mentor, get a coach or a mentor. Someone like Adeyeba, Samuel, or myself. Have someone a bit older who's got your back. You know, and then really start to. I mean, you don't even need to be taught in school. There's a wealth of knowledge even online. So just cultivate this sense of growing. Always grow. Are the people around me growing? Great. Are they not? Maybe I need to distance myself a bit from them. You know, am I devoting a certain amount of time to growth each day? Am I in charge of my own mindset, or am I being driven by the herd? What do I want to do? What's my own purpose? What's my own goal, my vision, my mission? Am I actually living life that's congruent with that? So for me, I'll say it's about your environment. Have an environment that pulls for your greatness. And it's hard nowadays with so much distraction for people to do that. But you have to have an environment that pulls for your greatness. So you need to be on 1,000 Black Boys. You need to be watching this. You need to be on the London Smile Project. You need to be all over the things that are going on and happening that are going to make a difference in your life. And stay in that environment and don't deviate from it. That's my tip.
That's
a great stuff.
That's
great.
awesome.
Can I add one thing? Just brilliant. And I would have said the same thing. It was definitely on my list. I would also add to that, the only competition is yourself. Do not be in competition with anyone else but yourself. And that means, just like Trey said, you are looking to upgrade and elevate yourself. And in doing so, you'll realize that actually, I want to be of service to other people. I want to share the knowledge that I have with others. And I think that's one of the tips I would say to really close out the year in style. Create. Don't compete. Create. And in that space, so much opens up for you. Brilliant. So much opens up for you. And the people that will come to you, it's just phenomenal. I can't explain it. It's like you said, maybe it's a spiritual thing, but there's a real power when we put our minds to creating. Anything is possible. So that's what I'll leave with you to close out the year in style.
That is phenomenal. That's brilliant.
And do it with a smile.
Do it with a smile. You know, that is one of the most simple tips you can give. Just smile through life.
Wow. So here's the thing, Sam, here's what you could do. Send us that an email. When we send out one of our email, so send us your tips on email, and we'll see if we can put it on the site. Because your details will be available on our website, and people can reach out to you. So send us the tips. Same thing for you, Trey, and we'll put it out there. So for those of you that are listening, so for everyone who's listening, so for the young Black boys, young Black men, and everybody who's listening, go to the 1000 Black Boys website, and you see the tips on there. And my request is take it on. Before Christmas, take on those tips and you will see a difference. So, gentlemen, it's been great having you on. And
Pleasure.
have a great one. Trey, we'll see you later on. Samuel, thanks for being on, and all the best with everything you're doing.
Cheers,
Thank you so much. Take care, guys.
As well, Samuel. Good to stay in touch.
Absolutely, yeah, definitely. Good to see you, Trey. Ademola. Take care, guys.
Take care, guys.
Brilliant. So we're having those two gentlemen on. So I'm going to move swiftly. So I've got some notes from what they've just said. I've got another phenomenal, successful black man about to come on the scene, on the screen very, very shortly. So this guy is busy. He's got lots of things on. Business is going really, really great. He travels internationally. He's always very, very well dressed. I mean, can I see let's have a look at what he's wearing right now. See, look, very, very well dressed. Very well dressed. How are you doing, Edmund?
I am doing very well. Thank you very much, Ade. First
Brilliant.
of all, I need to apologize for being rushed. You know, I sincerely apologize. I should have been home for this talk, but I'm not. So I just want to apologize in advance for that.
No, thank you for your integrity. So no, I totally get it because I know you got lots on. So we've been trying to get Edmund on since August. That's how busy he is. Like he traveled to Sierra Leone, and then interesting things took off in his personal life. Maybe we can share that if there's time.
Of course, yeah.
And so literally, like I said, he's busy and well dressed. There you go. Proof of it right there.
Busy and well dressed. Thank you. I mean, before we go any further, I just want to give you a big shout out as well to you and your team for actually allowing me to be on this platform. And I know it's a big deal. And again, I should have been here since August, but because of one thing or another, I couldn't. So I really, really appreciate the opportunity to be on here. Thank you. Thanks for having me.
No, thank you, man. Absolute pleasure. Absolute pleasure. And so so tell us a bit about Edmund Kamara. Who are you? And then we'll go into what you do and why you do it. Tell us about yourself.
Fantastic. Well, I don't know. I don't know how to talk about myself, but yeah, as you said, my name is Edmund Kamara. I was born and raised in Sierra Leone, came to this country over 20 years ago. I studied IT. I did IT, and 5 years ago, I took the leap into fashion. I knew nothing. Actually, it was quite interesting that it was actually Pamela, your wife, that encouraged me. One of the people that actually encouraged me to get into fashion. Can you believe it? It literally just came to me now. It's mad, absolutely mad, you know. She encouraged me to get into blogging, and I did, and I never looked back ever since. So far, I've worked with various brands from Aquiscutum to Tom Ford to Marks and Spencer's, you know, Penhaligon, Savile Row brands and all that. And of course, I've been featured on various magazines like GQ, Esquire, and all the rest. But most importantly, I'm a Christian, and I always like to put it out there so that people know who I am in Christ. Yeah, so that's just to summarize who I am. Awesome.
Thank you for that. And also, like you spoke, because I read your bio. So you're working in IT, and then you to go and start like a fashion brand. Fashion.
That's right. Yeah.
Like, tell us about that.
So basically, I studied IT, like I said. I went to Greenwich University to do my undergrad, and then I switched over to King's College. And during that time, I was working full time as well. So studying full time, working full time. I used to work for the NHS for a number of years, and I switched over to BT and do some of their databases. But the job was not really fulfilling. I went into IT just because I thought at the time it had money, because that's what everyone thought, right? So I went into it saying, "Oh, I'm going to make a lot of money." But by the time I got into it, it was a little bit saturated, and I was going in just to pay my bills. It wasn't fulfilling at all. I would get to Sunday and I'm like, oh no, I'll just dread the Monday, basically. So I'll psych myself up, say, you know what, Edmund, you need to do this, not just doing this for you, you're doing it for God as well. It's integrity. You need to go out there and do your best, even though you don't like the job. Come Tuesday, I'll be right at the start, demotivated and things like that. So as God may have it, in I think it was February, I got given a notice that I was gonna be made redundant, February 2015, and a few months after that, I got made redundant. But for some reason, I never really looked for another job, even though I needed one. And by then, I'd already started my blog at the side anyway, so I decided to just press on with the help of a few friends around me, they really pushed me. So that's how I made the transition from IT to fashion, more or less.
That's brilliant. I'm just writing notes.
Yeah.
I'll say it now. So for those of you that are listening out there, for those of you that are listening to this, so what Edmund's just spoken about is in one role, he was getting paid for that role. He was doing that for money. But then he looked at what is he really passionate about that would fulfill him in life. That it gets to Sunday afternoon and he's looking forward to the week. So my encouragement to you is don't just survive in a role that doesn't fill you up. Like, be responsible with it, but there's more to life than just surviving. There's more, similar to what Trey was talking about earlier. Don't just survive. So here's proof. So 2015, got made redundant from the IT industry, and he didn't look for another job, and he just literally took his company, his blog, and it's taken it to a whole nother level. Is that right, Edmund? Is that what you're saying?
That's correct. That's correct. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Exactly.
Perfect.
It's not enough to survive. You're brought into this world to thrive, actually. You know, you can't just say, oh, you know what, I'm just going to do this and lay low. None of that. You have to fulfill your full potential. Otherwise, there's no point to it. And when you fulfill your full potential, you're going to help other people without you even knowing it, basically. Brilliant. Yeah.
Brilliant. And so tell us about Cuts for Him.
So Cuts for Him is a brand that I created. Obviously started off as a blog, but the name itself, Cuts for Him, I wanted to focus on men's tailoring. And of course, when you talk about tailoring, like suits and things like that, for a suit to be made, it literally has to be cut, like a tailor's cut. Like you take a scissors and you cut it. That's where the cuts comes from. For him, it's for men. So that's where it all came from. And I started Cuts for Him with a camera. And I was walking the streets of London, you know, taking photos of anyone that looked good to actually blog about it. But eventually I found out that, you know, when I was putting it on my blog, people were not paying attention until one time a good friend of mine, Charles, who's a really good photographer, I said, you know what, after church, he was like, you know what, let me shoot you. And I was like, yeah, cool. So he shot me, and then I posted it on the blog on Instagram, and then it just took off. So I realized that people wanted to know who is behind the blog, who is behind doing all of this stuff. So I was like, okay, cool. And then ever since, I've just been growing. You know, like I said earlier, I've worked with various brands, and I've really pushed the envelope in the sense of like who I am and how I want people to actually see how a man should dress in order to be addressed appropriately, kind of thing. And at the time, I also found that a lot of black men kind of like just like streetwear, sportwear. There's nothing wrong with it, but there was quite a few people who would actually dress proper, you know. And for me and my generation, I just love, you know, the suit and tie and that kind of look, more or less, you know. So I thought, you know what, let me just go into that. So ever since, you know, I've worked with so many brands, and I can only thank God, really. So that's what Cuts for Him is all about.
Brilliant. And what keeps you motivated?
I think this might sound a bit cliche, but I think my followers and the people that subscribe to what I do, basically, getting that genuine feedback from them gives me motivation to actually do more, to know that, okay, there's an audience that is listening, that is looking at what I do, and they want to see more of this, or maybe not so much of that, and without me compromising who I am as a person. And of course, there are certain times that you just want to pack all of that in. And from time to time, I just go back into my quiet place, get on my knees, and just pray to God and for inspiration, more or less. So I'd say, you know, God inspires me, but the people around me really give me that boost. So at the same time, I would say God has put like destiny helpers around me, more or less.
Awesome. That's really good. So just, you touched on this. So like now we get an idea of why you started Cuts for Him. I've got that. Could you give us some tips for any young person who's out there listening that wants to get into the fashion industry? What would be your tips for that person?
I think the fashion industry is a tough industry. That's the honest truth. It's not easy. And unfortunately, it's who you know most times. But if you're living your purpose and your God-given purpose, no one's going to stop you. You know, God is going to bless you, but you also have to prepare yourself for what's to come, you know. I normally say this to people: the fashion industry in general, especially at a certain level, is predominantly a female industry, you know, and then it's predominantly, now it's starting to change, predominantly white. You know, the decision makers are predominantly white, and the male figures that are in the industry as well are, what should I say? I'm not like you and I, do you know what I mean, in terms of sexual preferences and things like that, you know. So as a Christian, for me, going into that industry, I was strapped up, you know, and I wasn't going to give into my values just because to get ahead, more or less. So that's one thing. But also you need to know what you want to do, basically, because the fashion industry is massive, it's vast. Because what I'm doing is more or less just showcasing people's products. If you want to get into designing, you need to know exactly what your vision is. You need to probably go study a little bit, or you need to go do apprenticeship and things like that. If you want to go into fashion photography, if you want to go into modeling, if you want to go into like curating events and things like that. So these are all spheres of fashion. So you basically need to know what you want to get into and then focus on that.
Great. I mean, so people that you know, that's important. And then be really clear on what you want.
That's right.
Be really clear on which part of the industry do you want to land in. Be clear on that.
That's right.
And what I also hear as well is that if it's something that you're passionate about, like a God-given purpose, like go for it. Nothing will stop you.
Absolutely. Absolutely. You have to. You can't lose. You know, when God is for you, who can be against you? That's what the Bible says, right? So if you know that's what God is giving you, you go for it. I must also warn people that it's not always obvious that that's what God wants you to do. Because when I started, I was kind of like walking on eggshells. I never knew. I was like, okay, I'll try this for a couple of months and see how it goes. I never knew. Even up to 2 years ago, I didn't even know this was what God wanted me to do. So sometimes you need to take that leap of faith and actually do it. And once you do it, and if it doesn't work out, or you know that that's not what God wants for you, then you know that's not it. But that is much better than like living your life in regret, saying, oh, I should have done that, you know, kind of thing. So I think if that is something that is on your heart, in your heart, you always push for it.
Awesome. And for those of you that are listening, so Edmund's, as a person of faith, as a Christian, as am I. So maybe if you're not, and you're thinking, but how do I know that's my purpose? How do I know what to do? Always have a look for what are the things that you're passionate about. Like, what's the thing that you love? Everyone has at least one. We've got, some people got more than one. There's multiple, but always think about what's the thing that I absolutely love doing. So when I coach people, what I ask them is, if we could say to you, here's 10K a month, all your bills are covered, and then you got 10K a month, go and do what you love. What would you do? So if money wasn't an issue,
that's right, what
would you want to be doing? And I promise you, do that. Then you have to think about, what can I create? Similar to what Samuel said from the London Smile Project, what can I create that would bring me revenue doing something that I love, right? So you start with, what do I love doing? Literally, like I do without even thinking. Like I do, and it's like, oh wow, time has flown by. That's the place to look. You look in that place. And I absolutely want to encourage you. I know there's talk about the recession and the lockdown and all of this stuff. Don't let that be the reason why you sell out on the thing that you want for your life. Don't let that be the reason why you sell out on what you're really passionate about. Like, don't sacrifice that just to get by. I've done it before. It's not worth it, right? And that's exactly what Samuel was saying. So not Samuel, Edmund's saying. That's what Samuel said earlier. That's what Trey said. So Edmund is saying the same thing. Essentially, he's saying the same thing. Like, literally, live this life like you really mean it. Like, do the thing that you love. And what I'm saying is, as a strategy, if you want, get a pen and paper. Write out the things that you're really passionate about. Don't be concerned with bills, all of that. Put that to one side. Not that you won't deal with it, but don't let that block you from what you really want to be doing. Make a list of it. And then next to it, think about ways that you can generate revenue using that passion. That'd be my suggestion from what Edmund has just said to us.
That's right. That's right. So yeah, just a quick one. I know we're running short of time. Just to add to what you're saying, I think sometimes people make a lot of mistakes as well, in the sense like, oh, you know what, I'm interested in this, that, and that. I'm very passionate about it. So I'm just going to quit my job and go do it right now. If you do that, you might fail. Basically, there's a strategy, just like what Ade is saying. There's a strategy to everything. Write everything on the you take a pen and write everything on the paper and have a strategy, an exit strategy from where you were to where you want to go. You know, it's not something that you're just going to fall into and it works, right? I mean, some of the brands that I'm working with today, 5 years on, I reached out to them. They were just ignoring me more or less like 3-4 years ago. But here I am working with them. So the point I'm trying to make is that, you know, have a plan and have a timeline and execute it with wisdom, more or less. Don't just drop your job. Oh, I hate this job. Yeah, I'm passionate about this, so I'm going to go do it now. You know, you need to have an exit strategy. You need to know that, you know, once the bills come, you can look after the bills, kind of thing. Do you know what I mean? Because you don't want to be pursuing your passion, which, by the way, might not make you money for the first year, but you still have to pay bills, right? So you really need to look at that and really have a support system around you to actually enable that.
Brilliant. So you're definitely getting into tips right now. So I was going to ask you for 3 top tips to close the year out in style, and I think you started it already. So one is definitely have an exit strategy.
That's right.
If you're working somewhere, or if you're doing something, or if you're like a young person and you're like, I want to start a business, I want to get into the fashion industry, I want to design, I want to be like the #1 brand in the world. It's great to have that vision. Ademola is saying, Edmund is saying, well done. Hold on to that vision. And the tip from Edmund is now put a strategy and a plan around that.
That's right.
So
that's right.
Look for, it could be, okay, what other things can I do that would essentially still pay the bills or cover the things that you want and still allow you to grow and develop your vision? Let me look. So for example, for me, so as an exit strategy, so I do what I do with 1000 Black Boys and my other company, Get Hench. I do that full time now. I actually left the place I was working fully. I resigned from there on the 13th of December last year. Yeah, almost a year.
Congrats.
And so literally at that point, I'm a sales director for a startup within the conference industry. We're doing brilliantly well. We're making lots of money each month. We're smashing it. I spent 2 years building this team, and I knew there was time to exit. I just knew. So what I did was I went from full-time to part-time, like 5 days a week to 3 days a week. And those additional 2 days allowed me to really grow the vision and the plan and make the contacts with 1000 Black Boys. What's our plan? Who are we going to connect with? I need mentors around me. Actually, that's like another tip. But literally, like, put those plans in place. And that's what Edmund is saying. And then come the end of the year, by September, I said, guys, thank you. I'm off. Thank you very much. So now I'm doing something that I love. So you could do a similar thing. So tip number 1 from Edmund is put a plan in place that supports the vision that you want and supports the purpose and the passion that you have. Second tip?
Second tip from me is, like, I'm sure someone already mentioned it. Get yourself a mentor. It's so important. It's so important. Because most times when you're starting something from scratch, you wouldn't know everything. Even people who've been doing the same thing like for 10, 20 years, they're still learning. So if you get yourself a mentor, if you get yourself the right people, and that mentor doesn't necessarily have to know everything about that industry, it's just someone that you can talk to and kind of like have a sounding board from, kind of, you just bounce ideas, someone who can really help shape you. You know, it's so important, you know, because when you start to veer off a little bit, which you will at some point, that mentor will be able to say, okay, this is not what we spoke about. Can you come back online, kind of thing, you know? So getting a mentor is very, very important. In fact, I have more than one mentor. I actually have 3 mentors at the moment. And that's just because I chose people who are very strong in various areas. I don't want to get, sorry, excuse me. I want to get the best from them, you know? One person can't do everything. So for me, I just went, you know what, I'm going to get 3 mentors, and by God's grace, they're doing really, really well with me. So that's tip number 2.
So you've got 3 mentors. That's really good. I'll talk about mentors and coaches very, very shortly. Awesome. Number 3.
Number 3.
So for those of you that listen, so these are
Yeah.
Edmund's top 3 tips to close the year out in style. So the first one we said is have for your vision, have a strategy in place and a plan in place. Number 1, like write it down. It's really, really clear. Second thing is get mentors. Have people around you that know the terrain. It's almost like, let's say you want to go to, I don't know, Spain. Never been to Spain before. And you're like, yeah, I want to work it all out myself. No, you might want to get a tour guide. Get someone who knows the area. Cool. Edmund, yeah.
Yeah, so the third one is go where the work is, more or less. You know, you don't. I'll give you an example for what I do. Fashion. You know, I do blogging. I do influencing. They call it. I hate the word, but that's what they call it. And so you need to be around that area. You know, I don't want to. I'm not gonna say, oh, I'm a blogger or I'm an influencer or I'm doing this and that. Then I'm concerning myself with other stuff. So you go where the industry is. You know, if you want to become a tailor, you go where the tailors are. Right, yeah. You increase your network, and you by so doing, you also find out about your customers, because eventually you're going to be serving people. Now, so who are those people that you're going to be serving? You know, what demographics are you going to be serving? Is it luxury, or is it high street, or is it like on the cheap side of things, kind of thing? You know, so you need to know all of that, but that as well can be, you know, moved over to the number 1 tip, more or less, having a plan and a strategy. You know, but more or less, tip number 3 is go where the work is.
Awesome. That is brilliant. That is phenomenally brilliant. And just to ask as well, is there, thank you very much for being on. I know you've got lots on. I hear you're traveling again.
I am traveling, yes. I am. Thank you so much for having me, mate.
My pleasure.
And of course, the last time I traveled, I just wanted to add this because you mentioned it at the start. The last time I traveled, I went to Sierra Leone and proposed to my girlfriend.
Yeah.
So yeah, you already know. Following in your footsteps, bro.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. So I did that.
This one, it's a funny one. Can we just see what you're wearing? Let's have a look at the attire.
Oh my word! Listen, it's just a loud, like, you know.
You've got to dress the part, ladies and gentlemen.
That.
Look at this guy. Stylish, isn't
it? Yeah, I'm trying to.
Brilliant. Well, Edmund, thank you very, very much. All the best with your travels.
Lovely.
We're going to put your details on our website, and
sure.
People can reach out to you. Reach out to Cuss for him.
Sure.
Maybe if they want to get some nice attire as well sorted out, they can come to you. You know.
Please do. Thank you so much, and it's an absolute honor to be on this platform. Thanks for allowing me.
My pleasure. All the best, my friend.
Thank you. Take care, mate. Bye. Bye. Take care.
Bye. Awesome. So that was great. So someone who's a black guy who's doing very, very well within the fashion industry, just shared his story, shared about working in IT. He didn't share about IT within banking. So it would have paid well, ladies and gentlemen. And then he got made redundant. That would also have been like a nice redundancy package. And he could so easily have gone back into that industry, but he followed his passion and he had a plan. He had mentors around him and coaches around him, and that have supported him to get to where he's at today. So personally, right now, I've got 2 business mentors, and I've got 3 coaches around me that support me with my journey, ranging from fitness, mindset, relationship, all of that. So just supporting me with the journey that I'm taking on. And talking about coaches and mentors, this next person that's on the line, like, I'm really proud this, I'm happy this gentleman said yes. I first met this gentleman, would have been like, I think it was like 2009, about 11 years ago. And he came along and was talking about coaching, that he's a coach. And I didn't know what coach was. I was like, what's a coach? Sounds all right. I kind of thought with that mindset at that time, sounds expensive. But he's truly brilliant at what he does. So I also follow him on LinkedIn, and he's worked with some of the biggest companies that you would ever think of. And he's worked with them at the highest level, actually coaching. And so he's an executive and leadership coach, and he's brilliant at it. Got bags of personality. So I'm going to bring David McQueen on. David McQueen, how are you doing?
I'm good, man. I'm good. Good to be here. Good to be here, man. Fired up, man. Just caught the last bit. Sorry, I was actually I know you were panicking because you were like, where's my boy Dave? I was just finishing off a client call and I was like, look, I've got to go and speak to some young black men, man. You're going to have to hold big time client, but I had to wait. So my apologies to your team as well. But yeah, fired up, man. Fired up.
No, great to have you on. Might me ask if you can. Which company was the big client? can you tell us? Maybe not.
I can't. Let's just say it's one of the high street banks that people would recognize. I'll just leave it there.
Brilliant. So you can imagine. So he's coaching this person at late on a Friday afternoon. So this person's very, very senior. They have to be getting that kind of coaching from David. So David, I gave you like a short introduction.
Yes.
Like seriously, like I'm really thrilled and happy to have you on because you've got a bag of knowledge, a wealth of insight, and you're phenomenal at what you do.
Thank you, sir.
So give us a quick introduction to David McQueen. Like, who are you and what do you do?
So I'll start off by saying I'm a husband to a beautiful black woman. Been married now we've been together for 32 years. We've been married for 25.
Wow.
I have 2 daughters. My eldest, Rihanna, she works in TV. My youngest, Lauren, she is just doing her first year of her languages degree at Manchester University. And in terms of what I do, I love life. I love living life. I run my own personal development company. Yeah, I love coaching people. I love working with people just to see people do the best in their life. And I love that kind of stuff. It just, that fires me up. That's me, man. That's me.
Brilliant. Oh, third question is, why do you do it?
Do you know what? There's something, even from when I was quite young, there's something I realized that I could capture people's attention. I could make people laugh. You know, back in the days in school, I could bust 2 jokes in the back of the classroom and I'd make the students laugh. Teachers would get vexed, but they would laugh as well because they would know the joke was funny, even though they were dashing me out of the room. And I realized that, I had an ability to be able to make people think and smile and just really reflect on where they wanted to be. And for many years, I worked in corporates, doing accounting, my first career, and doing IT, my second career. But in both of those careers, I realized there was something bigger than just doing those jobs. And when I decided to step out on my own, I realized it was a great opportunity for me to be able to communicate and empower and help lift people up. And so, I've been doing that ever since, man. And I absolutely enjoy it. Absolutely enjoy it.
That's awesome. And yet again, so similarly to what the gentleman before have spoken about.
Yeah.
So they give the example of like busting joke in the classroom and everyone's laughing. The teacher's like, oh, that's funny. Dave, get out. That kind of stuff. So he could see that, and he's then turned that intrinsic natural gift, dare I say, that natural talent, and he's turned into a business.
Yeah.
It's turned into a business that he's so good at that big high street banks want to have coaching from him around about 4:00 on a Friday afternoon. So he's done that well. So I'm encouraging you, young people that are out there, start to think in that way. And the reason why I brought Dave on and the reason why I'm on and the other gentlemen have been on is we want you to start early. Like start early. So literally start early, start something like that from right now. So you can go further than we've gone. And you can do things that we haven't done and things that your parents haven't done. So that's why Dave is here. Should I call you Dave or David? What would you prefer? So that's why Dave is here. I want to just really anchor that. Anything more you want to say?
I'm just, as I say, just fascinated to be here. I just want to kind of like share a couple of gems with the young men and possibly women that are online listening to this as well. And like as you said, I will echo something. You've probably heard me say it time and time again. But whoever I mentor, I always want them to be better than me. So I'll start the ball rolling, but I want them to level it up and take it to the next level. Because it would have taken me lots of years to get to where I am. But if I can distill some of that and then pass it on to other people, it just means that a lot of other successful young black men and women are able to get there even quicker and create a generation of people who are prosperous mentally, spiritually, emotionally, as well as financially. And that's where I'm coming from. That's my energy.
Brilliant. So in that case, Dave, over to you.
Yes, sir.
Share the nuggets and the wisdom. We're ready.
All right. And tell me when you want me to shut up, right? You just jump in at any point in time when you want me to shut up, because I will talk for Britain. Okay, so whoever's listening, I really want to emphasize one of the biggest lessons that I've learned in my life. And that is, I have to be really comfortable with who I am. In order to be able to navigate this world, I've got to be really sure about who I am. And there are a lot of stereotypes and a lot of narratives and a lot of opinions that people may have of who I am. And I don't really care. I honestly don't really care, because unless it's the people who are really important to me and myself, I need to focus on that. So for example, when Adi first spoke to me about this, I said, look, I want to talk to young people about success on your terms. And what I mean by that is that there are always people who are going to try and predict success for how they see it. But success should be defined by you. So if you're anything like me, right, my parents wanted me to be one of four things, right? That was the kind of thing that they had in their head. I was going to be a lawyer, right? Right, okay. They wanted me to either be a lawyer, a doctor, engineering, or in finance, okay? I wanted to be an artist. I was good at athletics. I was good at basketball and football. My parents were like, I'm happy for you, but nah, that's not correct. It's not going to happen. And in many ways, a lot of the stuff that I did in school, the ambitions I had to be a doctor until I realized I couldn't be one because I couldn't stand the sight of blood. The ambitions I had to be a lawyer, I went and did a degree for a year. It just wasn't for me, and I left. And I did accounts for a little while. But for me, I realized that the one thing that success should look like for me is about me being content, about me being happy, and about me being able to put my mind to something and really doing it. So the first thing I want to say, and I'll probably drop about 3 because I like to drop things in 3s, is number 1, what does success look like for you? And that might not be easy as a young black man when you really think about the way the world has been set up to try and make you think that all you do is bun weed, carry a knife around, dagger 2 girls in a shubs or in a dance or what have you. All these kinds of nonsense that people will try to shape up as to what a black boy should actually be. Whereas for me, I think of the lineage, I think of the people that have come before me that have allowed me to be here, that made mad sacrifices. My parents working 2 jobs, my dad leaving his island in Grenada in the Caribbean when he was 20 and coming over here on a boat, taking loads of weeks to get here, not even knowing who he's going to meet when he get here. My mum flying over with my granddad to make a living here, the only 2 members of their family. My mum is one of 9 children. My dad is one of 13, I think. Don't ask me about my granddad, but you have 13 kids. And they were the only ones in their family that flew over to England and created a whole new life. They went through a lot of racism and what have you, but they always told me that I could do great things. They didn't tell me that I could be whatever I want to be, all right? Because I don't believe in that either, okay? I'll say that now. I don't believe you can be whatever you want to be. But I do believe that if you know what your skills are and what your talents are, no one should stop you from going in that direction. Because like for me, I can't be the president of the United States. Let's keep that real, all right? So someone say you can be whatever you want to be. I can't be the president of the United States. Why? Because I wasn't born in the USA, okay? And you have to be born in the USA to be able to do that, okay? And there are many things that people will say to you, well, you can be whatever you want to be. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that you shouldn't be able to strive high, but I think you should also be very, very conscious of what your skills and your talents are. One of the things that I face as a coach is that often I have to challenge people to say, look, do you really want to do this? Why are you doing it? Is it because somebody told you you're good at it? Or is it because your family have pressured it? Or is it because it's something that makes your heart sing? So I would say, go out there and understand what your skills and your talents are, but determine what success looks like for you. Now, for me, success is simply around, first and foremost, me really enjoying what I do, living my best life, surrounding myself by people who I really love, and then whatever I put my hand to, being able to do it really well. So if I didn't have it, look, as I said, I'm married. If I didn't have any money, it was just me and my missus just bopping on the street, I'll be happy, okay? Because it's just me and my missus. And, straight talk, there was one moment in my life where things went really bad and I was nearly homeless. I had to go like a grown man with my family and I had to go and stay at my parents' house. I had to stay for a little while. People are looking at it and they're saying, let me see this guy. He's doing well. He's got his businesses. He's got his investments. He's bopping. He's living large. But I'll tell you straight up now, there came a point in my life where basically things just went south, had no money in order to be able to bounce back again. I had to go live with my parents. And that was tough. Grown man. But I knew what my success was. I knew where it is that I wanted to go. I had to eat humble pie. I had to squash my ego. I had to navigate some tensions that were happening between my wife and my mom, but I still had to recognize that I still had a goal. I still would know what I wanted to do. And I was able in a short space of time to be able to sit back, really think about what I did. And when I came back, now the world weren't ready. When I came back from not having any money, when I came back from a space where I didn't have a lot of cash, people didn't know what to do. They were like, wow, where's this guy coming from with all this energy? Boom, boom. And I had something that knocked me out, and it took all the wind out of me, but it didn't take away my dream of being successful. And that was to do the things that I love doing, to be surrounded by the people that I love, and putting my hand to doing something really well. And when I did that, I realized, you know, again, over the years, when I've really, really put my mind to something and really wanted to do it, I've done really well. What actually happened, and I'll be straight up with you, what happened when things went a bit sideways, I tried to do something different. I tried to stay out of my lane. I strayed out of my lane and tried to do something outside of work that wasn't my skill. And it went sideways. And I learned a really, really important lesson that day that, you know, when you do things, stay in the lane that you are given. Know what you are good at. You know, if you can't put two words together, don't try to be a rapper. If you don't know the difference between a verb and a noun, don't go out there telling me that you're going to be a rapper. Okay? If you don't know at the end of the day, you know, you say you hate maths. If you hate maths, you can't be an entrepreneur. All right? And I'm not just talking about algorithms and quadratic equations. I'm talking about the mindset about being able to do it. Because you can say you hate maths, but, you know, I know certain men out there that know about eighths and quarters and fifths, and they can shot you on road. They know balances. They know quadratic equations. They know how to do simple division and profit margins in their head. And they tell you they hate maths. No, you might just not like the way that maths is being taught, but you don't hate maths. And it's important to understand the context of that. And so for me, that first bit, that number one bit, is you have to define success for yourself. And at the heart of that should be what satisfies you, not anybody else. Don't be flossing for anybody else, thinking about the likes you're going to get on social media or whether or not people like you and all this kind of nonsense. It should be about you. That's the first thing. The second thing I will say is that you've got to surround yourself with a squad. To be successful, you can't be successful on your own. All right? I will bet my whole life that you cannot find anybody out there who's been successful on their own. No one has been.
Great advice.
No one has been. And if you are successful on your own, okay, or even if you've got a little bit of money on your own, the fact is you'll still end up not being that happy because you're going to be wondering about people around you. What are they thinking? What are they doing? Da, da, da. No one is a success on their own. The best footballers in the world, amazingly talented individuals, but they had coaches, they had family, they had a team that can support them. Okay, you might think of a solo sport, like a table tennis player. You may think, yeah, all right, what have you? Somebody would have paid for them to have the hours and put in to rehearse, teach them how to do better, help them to coach them to do a lot of stuff better. You cannot be a success on your own. You have to have a squad around you. One of my closest friends is a tour manager, and he's a tour manager for Stormzy. He's a tour manager for Dave. He's a tour manager for Steph London and a couple of other people. And what a lot of people don't realize is back in the day, we used to run a couple of gigs together. We used to do a couple of gospel nights. We used to do a couple of soul nights. And he had this really ambitious dream about going out into music. We worked together. And then we got to a point where we had to kind of like part ways. And, you know, I was able to support him. And now my man is doing really well. He's doing these international tours for these amazing artists. And what it was is that he realized, yes, he had that burning desire, but he always surrounded himself by a team. What were the bits that he didn't know? What were the bits about the industry that he wasn't able to understand? He was never afraid to ask the questions. And one of the things I will say, especially to young black men, is don't be afraid to ask questions. Some people say, no, I don't want to look dumb. You look dumb when you don't ask the question. Because if you go in there and you pretend like you have the answers and you don't know it, you actually look stupid that way. So I don't mind. And Adi and I are members of a group of men that get together and we have banter, but we also ask each other questions. If we don't know, we're going to ask the question. No one has all the answers. And I'm telling you now, at 51 years old, the one thing I can share with you guys, the more you think you know, the more you realize you don't know anything. The more you think you know, the more you realize that the more you realize you don't know anything. And I don't mean that in an insulting way, but there's so much out in the world that you don't know. But you have to be surrounded by people who are going to take you to the next level. Take you to the next level. All right. So for me, I'm surrounded by individuals who open mad doors for me. And, you know, Adi would say, look, I've worked with big banks, and I'll let you try and figure out which one I was working at today when I give out my list. But I've worked out in big banks like NatWest and Barclays and Barclaycard and HSBC and Lloyds and Fidelity Investment. I've worked with Virgin and Facebook and Google and Twitter. I've worked with ITV, BBC, Channel 4, Sky. I've worked with all these companies. And you know what? Those names don't mean anything to me. I'll tell you that with my honest heart, it don't mean anything to me. I only put them on there because it gasses other people up. Because you know what the thing is? They're just people. That's all it is. They're just people with the same kind of anxieties. They're just people with the same kind of worries. And they're doing their thing and they're loving it. But they're just people. You know, my daughter, as I said, she's currently working on a Netflix TV show. And she finished her degree last year and she's working on sex education, right? And that's probably about the 4th TV show that she's done since she's left college. And she worked on Killing Eve as well. Some really good shows. and really good network. She was able to, again, the things that I'm teaching you now, I've taught my daughters, understand what your success looks like, and then build it up from there, have those people around you. She's built it up, but we've come to realize that, and we've met loads of famous people, they're just like you and me. Yeah, they may have had a little bit of fame and what have you, but when you really sit down and have a drink with them, yam two chicken and some fufu and a little bit of egusi, whatever you're going to have with them, right? You realize.
Jollof rice, you got to put jollof rice in there, Dave.
And jollof rice.
Jollof rice, thank you.
Or rice and peas. Or whatever it is you're having when you're sitting down and having the conversation, you just realize that people are normal. People are normal. So let me finish on the last point. And Adi, if there are other bits that you want me to share as well, please let me know. But the third bit, and this is a crucial bit, this is the crucial bit. So the first bit is knowing what that success is. And the second bit, as I said, is surround yourself with a team, whether that be your family who support you, your really good friends that support you. And don't be afraid. I will say this before I go to the last bit. Don't be afraid for people who are around you to tell you the truth. People get upset when people tell them, listen, if you come to me and I know your hairline's mash up, I will tell you your hairline's mash up. Mine is mash up. I need to go to the barber's tomorrow. I need to get it sorted out. I'm okay with that. If you come and tell me that, I'm fine. What am I going to do? I'm going to go and fight you because you told me my head's lean up. If you're my friend, I'm saying to you at the end of the day, I want to know exactly what's going right. Because when I go out on the road, no one else is going to tell me. So I expect my nearest and dearest, my squad, my family, my friends, my team, my inner circle to keep me correct. If my inner circle see me go on social media and see me write trash, they will call me. They will pick up the phone or WhatsApp me and they will tell me, Dave, take that down or stop talking that trash. Because that's what we're about. And not only are you representing yourself, but you're representing us as well. So you need to fix up. And a whole generation coming behind you. So, look, I'm a strong-minded man. I swear, I talk straight, and I don't do it just to shock people. I do it as part of my communication style. But I do it with the sense that when I communicate, I'm not only representing me, but a whole heap of other black men and women as well. In my circle, and those are coming after me. All right? There's a really good point here. Someone said, don't be afraid to ask for help. Yeah, ask for help. One of the things that really confuses me. How long have I got, Addy? Quickly tell me. Because I get excited.
You got some time. The thing is, we've had one of our speakers, they've having connection issues, so we actually got some more time, Dave.
Okay, that's cool, man. That's cool. Let me go with it. So one of the interesting things, and we had this conversation, Ali, is how often black men think that they can't show emotion. Don't want to cry, don't want to hug, right? Scared, oh my gosh, all this kind of stuff. Let me tell you something. If you're in my clique, I'm hugging you clean in the street. All right, how you doing? I'm gonna give you a big hug. How you doing, brother? I'm going to check in on you. If you have to cry together, I'm going to ball up the place with you. Bring a whole box of Kleenex tissues and me and you're going to cry. Because you get all this stuff, right, where, you're a boy, stop crying. All this. Listen, you have to be emotionally aware.
Yeah.
You have to be emotionally aware because I'm going to tell you, and Addy will tell you now, we probably sit down with grown men now who, because they were never able to cry, because they were never able to have an outlet, because they were never able to express themselves, they find other ways to try and get that expression. So they will go and they will take drugs because the drugs are there to fill the void. Not just because they want to have a little weed, but because they want to shut down the fact that they haven't got any emotion anymore. Or they'll go and they'll drink. Or what they'll do is to go and get the emotion, they'll go out there and they will sex up every kind of woman or man, right, depending on whatever their flavor is. They'll go out there because they just want an extension outside rather than dealing with the emotion. And for me, you've got to realize, look, if I hurt, I want to cry. Crying from my girls, crying from my wife, that doesn't make me weak. In fact, that makes me strong. That makes me really strong because what it does is it means that I'm in touch with that. I'm going to be able to get that outlet out of my system. I'm not going to have to contemplate suicide or stress or mental health disorders because I'm letting that stuff out. And when you surround yourself with friends who are okay with that, that's strong. So what if somebody else laughs or says something about it? That's up to them if you're really worrying about it. You have to really focus on being emotionally aware of who you are. Being spiritually, intellectually, emotionally, financially, socially aware of your strengths and work with it. So let me finish on the last point. And then if there are any questions, Addy, if people have got questions and stuff like that, I'm more than happy to, to take those questions as well. All right?
Yeah. Dave,
let me go with the last one. Let me go with the last one before we ask questions. Is that right?
Yeah, go for it.
Well, the last one is, the first one is success in your terms is define what that success is, all right? And it can be a lifetime journey because success is like, you're always doing it, right? When I was 20, it was about having my own little entertainment business. When I was 30, it was about having my IT business. When I was 40, it was about being able to make sure that I have a house with my wife and kids. Now I'm 50, it's about being able to build or work with a lot of black businesses to make them into $1 million companies, right? Those are the goals that I've had all the time. It can change again. But the one thing I will say to you, and we don't talk about this enough, and this is about success, A real true sign of my success, the third part, is how I give back. That's the third part of my success. All right? Straight talk with you for those of you listening. All right? Straight talk now. If Addy was an organization and said to me, David, I want you to come here and I want you to speak to these young men today, right? If Addy was an organization like any one of those big ones that said to me, he would have to pay me £5,000 plus VAT. All right? For those of you doing your maths, that's an extra 20%. Okay? He would have to pay me £500 plus VAT in order for me, £5,000 for me to get. So £6,000 just for me to turn up in front of Zoom and talk. Some of you are like, rah, man, come and talk for 20 minutes and he's going to get paid £6,000. That's fine. That would be fine. I have no problem with that at all. And again, that's about value. But Addy's my boy. He's my brethren. So when he says to me, Dave, let me come and, I really need you to come and speak to these young black men, young black boys about being able to take it to the next level. That's my give back. That's my absolute give back. I know exactly how much it's worth. I know exactly at the end of the day how much, excuse me, I know exactly how much I would charge out to other big people. And I'll say this to you. And some people say to me, Dave, that's a bit deep, you know. You're going out there telling people about how much you cost. I don't care. I want you to know that I earn £5,000. So when you get to my age, you should be earning 10. If I could ever tell you how much Stormzy charges a night when he goes on a stage, all right? You can make you bawl and make you cry. That's large. I can't because as I'm sworn to secrecy. Man's getting change. You don't go out there making a declaration about you're going to put £3 or £4 million into a foundation over the course of 10 years if you ain't getting change. Okay? And at the end of the day, it's not about kind of like flossing on people going, oh, you're going to make the money. It's about being able to show you that you have to have that sense of value. So for me, it's about giving back. And what does that look like? When you learn a lesson, you help someone else. When you see that one of your youngers are going down a route that isn't the route that you're supposed to be going down, you pull them back in again. When you see your brethren in there, you say, you know what? Can we go and be successful together? And a lot of people get really distracted because they just want to have the quick thing. They want to be able to go in there, make a little money, and then go and spend it on a pair of Yeezys. Nah, bruv. Go and earn your money, sit down together as a group of them, and go and put some money on some stock. Put it in Amazon. Go and put it in Tesla. And instead of going out and buying a Yeezy, go and put some money in Adidas. Take that same money, invest it in Adidas, and when you get your profits, then go and buy yourself some Yeezys.
Exactly.
Because all these people want you to buy all this stuff. Buy your Nike Air Jordans, right? You can't even put two together. And you want to buy Air Jordans? Nah, bruv. Put your money in the company. Invest that money in the stock. And then when you make the profit, and if there are 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 of you, imagine 10 of you come together and you put £100 in together. You work, you do whatever you do. 100 of you put in money into an actual business. That's £1,000 between the lot of you. Imagine if that triples and you get £3,000. That's all of you are able to then eat. You're all able to eat. And so for me, the big thing about success, especially within our community, and especially as an audience here around as young black men, the one thing I'm going to say to you, it's so important, is to understand that you've got to give back. You've got to give back.
Yeah.
Absolutely important that you're going to give back. And I don't like making comparisons, right? But I have to say something. I spend a lot of time understanding a lot of other ethnic minority communities in here, whether they're Bengali and Indian and Jewish and Pakistani and Croatian and all this kind of stuff. And I study a lot of those communities. And a lot of those communities, they spend so much time, right, focusing on how they can help each other. I know one man that came over to England about 12 years ago. I met him when I was doing a seminar. Did a little seminar, a little Polish man. I came here, 2 twos, him and his brother, right, was living in a house. Next thing, there were like 9 of them in a house, all doing building, right? It's 12 years ago. 9 of them Polish men were in a house working together and building on a house. Do you know now of those 9 guys, all of them own a minimum of 2 properties in the UK? Minimum. Because they weren't too proud for 9 men to stay in a 3-bedroom house, work hard, sacrifice for 2 or 3 years, put that money away, make it stack up, and now everybody's eating. 9 times whatever it was, everyone's eating. 2 houses, standard, plus the stuff back in Poland. That's, for me, that's collaborative wisdom and wealth. And so when I talk about wealth generation, I'm not just talking about money. I'm talking about wisdom. I'm talking about intellect. Yeah. I'm talking about us as a group of brethren being able to say, you know what, there's 4 or 5 of us. How are we going to win? And not just about doing one little video on the road saying, yeah, man, I'm going to shot up 2 men and I'm going to brock up 2 girls. Not that kind of winning. I'm talking about how can you succeed? How can you really do well? How can you thrive? Not survive, because we're done with surviving, right? Surviving was for a generation of people who just about we're done with surviving. We want you to thrive. So let me flip it back round again, because I'm sure there's some questions here, right? It's so important. Oh my gosh, I just realized it's Eshe. Hello, Eshe. I recognize, sorry. I just recognize Eshe. There's an old friend from the past. Okay. But when we realize at the end of the day that we have an opportunity within our community to really build. Yeah. And I will say this, and this is my last point. I know I said 3. This is my last point, Adi. You don't have to, and I'll say this with my whole chest. I want you to love on a black woman, even if it's not your family. I'm going to drop that right there. I want you to love on black women, even if it's not your family. And I'll tell you for why. There are some people who will just think, oh, yeah, I'm only treating it because I don't, my mom, my mom or my sister. No, love on your black women regardless. Because I'm going to tell you now, every single black man or black boy who has become a black man who's successful, they've done it off the backbone of a black woman. Whether it's a mother, a sister, or auntie, a friend, or whatever, they've done it on that backbone. So respect them. No matter what choices you make in life, just make sure you respect that. So I'll go back to the beginning again. Success. Find out what it means to you. Really define it. Understand it not only in one term. Think about it in terms of your intellect, your emotion, your spirituality, your friends, your family, your finances, your career. Think about that, what that success looks like. Don't limit it to just something like money, okay? Because you will be disappointed. Secondly, surround yourself with your gang, your squad, your posse, your family, your friends, all those individuals who will feed into you, who are not afraid to tell you stuff, but who will also support you, and they will celebrate with you, not hate on you when you become successful at every stage of what you do. And finally, when you are in that stage, every single stage of success you have, give back. Always be looking back and looking to your side to see who can I bring along with me so we can all eat. I'm done, Andy. I'm done.
That's awesome. Thank you very much for the wisdom. So we've put it out there for those of you that are listening. Yeah, because like what definitely resonates with me. So those of you that are listening, please ask questions. So feel free to ask us questions, because here you've got Dave with his fountain of. This guy's very wise, very knowledgeable, and he's actually done it. You know, some people they talk about stuff, and you can just tell this is very conceptual. Like you're just talking from what you've read in the book, and that's it. This is not that person. He's lived it, he's done it, and he's still doing it. So if you've got some questions out there that you really want to ask, please feel free to put it into the chat, and we will pin it up, and we'll ask Dave that question. So please, we've got an incredible, intelligent resource here that's willing to just share his knowledge. If you've got questions, go for it. Fire away, go for it. So while that's happening, Dave, what I really love in what you said is because of there's a friend of mine who I also coach. She's writing this book, and we're talking yesterday. Actually, yeah. She might actually be watching this. She's also part of the team.
Yeah,
and she was asking a question about like the subheading for her book, and she was like, "How to survive and navigate, or survive and thrive." I said, "No, not survive. Survive." Right. Like I'm just making it by. I'm just getting by. Yes. I'm okay. I've survived this week. What's gonna happen next week? I said, no, it's time to thrive.
Yes.
I really love how you said that. And I really love how you said, no, with the generation before us, they survived. And my parents, like the sacrifice that they made for me, I totally get it. But they've done that so that I can go further than they did.
Yes. Yeah.
So for us, it's definitely about thriving, not surviving. Before going to Joe's question, what more do you want to say about that? About the power and importance of actually thriving rather than surviving?
Yeah. So thriving for me is about thinking ahead. You know, there are lots of individuals that are like, they go, oh, how you doing? Oh, I'm surviving. How are things going? Oh, I'm just going to be able to make it through the end of the month. Bun that. No. Seriously, bun that. Honestly, bun that. You have to be in a point where you go, do you know what? I'm living in abundance. I may not be there yet, but I'm living in abundance. I'm aiming to be in that space. I may not be getting straight A's in my school or what have you, or I may not get a first class degree, but I'm going to go be the best that I can be because I'm going to put all into it. I know what I'm capable of. I used to say when I used to do a lot of stuff in schools, I used to say to students, if I could give you £1 million in cash now, if you could pass all your GCSEs, A or A star, or 9s and 8s as they have them now, right? How many of you would do it? And most of the hands in the audience went up. So I'm like, ain't nobody dumb here. Because I just put £1 million on the table. people will go and they will work to do it. So you have to find out what that incentive is, and you need to work towards it. But you cannot be just thinking about surviving. Surviving is just about just getting to the next step. Thriving is right. What's the bigger picture? What do you want to do? How do you and your squad and your tribe want to be able to really excel and be able to achieve mentally, physically, emotionally, financially? And you start planning towards that. You start working towards that aim. And yes, things do happen, but it's not about survival. Because survival, you're always going to be looking out for something bad to happen. I'm like, nah, bad things will happen. But when you're thriving, you're looking for the good. And you're starting to make way in that space to make it look good. So that's what, for me, when I say thrive, it's not just about getting by, but it's about being able to get to the next level, and all of us being able to get at that place where we sit at a table.
Awesome. Thank you very much. No, I hear that. I definitely hear that. And that's what you're about as well. Because so David has also created a group it's called Morehouse. And it's exactly what he's just described. So it's a group of Black men that are doing different things, very, very successful. They're coming together to see how can we do it together, and how can we have an impact, and how can we do things that's long-term and strategic. So when he says that, he means it. It's not just tongue-in-cheek.
Yeah. Can I answer Joe's question about what things you say to a new person who's struggling, not much funds, and has passion in video and media? So just do it. Continue with the passion. Don't worry about the funds. Honestly, do not worry about it. If you've got a phone, if you have got a phone, and I'm not talking about a brick, right? If you have got a phone, Samsung or Apple or Google, and it's got a camera on it, there is so much possibility of being able to do stuff with it. You can promote stuff for free. You don't need to pay for stuff. You know, I see people, and I always amazed at it. They will film and edit on iPhone and upload it to YouTube and Vimeo and TikTok. And I'm like, that's dope. And these are 9-year-olds. I'm like, rah, you don't got them little editing skills, little dropping of images and stuff. There's so much stuff out there that's free. Build your content, build your content. And then what you start to do is you start to build community. You start to build, you start to reach out. It's just I think of a young guy that I mentored a number of years ago. His name is Jamal Edwards. Jamal Edwards started a channel called SBTV. All right. Jamal had one little Brockdown camera, started working in Top Man, started making the money. He would take over his tapes that he had because he couldn't even keep it historically, built SBTV into one of the largest youth urban brands, had a massive influence on so many others as well. Built a £1 million company. I think of another young guy who I was able to mentor. His name was Ray it goes by the name of Ray Fiasco. Ray, I remember when he was in school, I went to his school doing the Jack Pecky Speak Out Challenge when he was like 15. Met him there. We connected really well. Had a conversation when he went to uni as well. Just seeing Ray has just absolutely just blown up now. Ray's doing like proper high-end videos. He just did, what's his name, Shaka's video the other day. He did another kind of like a couple of videos from some, I don't know all the drill artists, but he did a couple of drill videos as well. But amazing, amazing photographer. And he's charging P. You've got to start by just producing. And then what that stuff is if you're good at it and you really are passionate about it, it starts to come to you. So don't worry too much about the funds. If you have the basics, the fact is that it will deliver. Listen, there are 7 and 8-year-olds on YouTube making 6 figures per year.
Yeah. Oh,
the camera.
This is true.
6 and 7-year-olds opening up a box of toys. Open up the box and like, hey, look, there's Teddy. Don't ask me about it. This is my wife's desk. Don't hate on my Teddy. But why is, open the Teddy. Oh, the Teddy's so soft and it's really good. And I like to play with it in the night. And I recommend it to all the 6 and 7-year-olds because this teddy bear is wicked. 1 million subscribers. 7 and 8 and 9. So I'm like, nah, if them little picnic can do it, there's nothing to stop us from doing it. So you start with the right intent, really start to think about what it is you want to do. And so again, as I said, surround yourself with people and start moving forward. But make sure that you recognize as well, success is not about what you do on your own. It's about how you do this in a team. Eshe says, are you going to write a book or do a business video for young Black men? So, okay. Yes. I'm going to say that. Yeah. I'm not going to say any more. Yeah.
You heard that one. Don't worry. We'll hold him to it because a lot of people don't want to hear that.
Yeah. So basically this year, next February, I'm just finishing the first draft of a book I'm doing about leadership. Okay. But I've also got another book, like basically back in the day, a lot of Black guys, when we met each other on the street, how we would recognize each other is we would just kind of like, we'd do that. So you go anywhere in London, we're like, you'd nod. A generation don't look at each other now. They're kind of like looking away, like, what end you from? Like, well, what end? You ain't even paying rent about you asking me what ends am I from, all right? The nod was our way of being able to connect. And so the nod is the kind of essence that I want to be able to share with young black men. How can we get to that space again where we are really connecting on a economic, intellectual, a spiritual, and a relational level?
That's awesome.
David, what's your why? Woo. My why is that I believe I am on this earth for a reason. I'm a spiritual man. Me and Addy have these discussions all the time. I used to be a Christian, but I'm not religious anymore. I'm spiritual. And my why is that I actually believe that I was placed on this earth and given my gifts for a reason.
Yeah.
I believe that I was given it for a reason. There's a lovely parable in the Bible where Jesus talks about the talents, and somebody was given 1 talent, somebody was given 2 talents, somebody was given 5 talents, right? I'm up there in the 5 talent level, right? And there ain't no Jesus coming back or any other kind of person coming back and asking me what I did with my 5 talents. Taking that 5 and increasing it to 10 and 20 and multiplying it all the way. And my why is that there's very few things that make my heart sing more than seeing my community succeed. Ade was talking about Morehouse, the group of black professional men where we get together. My wife and I, sometimes we hold dinners for couples where we come together and talk about the length of our marriage and relationships and what have you. I'm part of financial groups where we talk about investment within the community. Me and my cousins, we're talking about how do we invest in property. I'm an advisor for a private individual black wealth family where we talk about how can we help young entrepreneurs to succeed. Sponsored sports teams, all these things are because I just love seeing black excellence in my community. Straight up, don't make no difference for all the other ones outside. I'm cool, if you're white, grey, pink, or whatever, you're Indian or who, I'm happy for you. But my why is I want to see black excellence because I've been surrounded by it all my life, and I want to make sure that I don't leave this place without giving back 5-fold as to what has been received into me. So that is my why.
Awesome. So, Chris Coe, just about your example, maybe just to touch on that briefly.
Yeah.
Talking yesterday about group economics.
Yes.
This guy was speaking sense, but do you when someone's joking, but it's like a dig?
Yeah.
It was talking about how some black guys they won't do group economics, but they'll go clubbing and buy a Bollinger and they'll split between 5 men. Or maybe they want to hire a car, somebody hires it in their name, and everybody else basically splits the price amongst them. And it was like, I heard them, why don't you do that to go and buy a property or do that to go and start a business? Yeah. So if you can just touch on that some more, because I know you're definitely about that.
So I'm not gonna hate on a man that goes out and buys a bottle of Bollinger. I'm not gonna hate on that because I know back in the day when I went out and we had to buy a bottle of champagne and try to impress 2 galley and 2 men, right? We went out and we split the money because there weren't individuals around us at that time who were saying there's an alternative. We were just lucky to get in the club, turn up with the nice shoes, right, and get in or what have you. So I don't hate on anybody that does that. But I will say to individuals, there's another way. I made the joke just now about Yeezys. I don't hate anybody buying a pair of Yeezys or Nikes. I'm just going to go, look, I think it's cool, but why don't we come together and purchase stock in the company? If you can get Nike stock today at $19 and collectively you go in, right? And then it goes up to $21 and you make a $2 profit, but you escalate that in the money. You've made money, more than enough money to buy more than 1 pair of trainers. So that's the investment. And when I look at collective and collaborative economics within our community, I always think about buying as well. So like right about now, I'm developing out a media team. So I'm working with young black talent who can edit podcasts, who can edit videos, and who can do really good photography and stuff like that. I want them in my team. I make no bones about that. I've said it's black. I'm not advertising for anybody else. All right. Sometimes people say to me, "Oh, Dave, do you know any really good accountants or solicitors?" In my first instance, I will tell you a black solicitor and I'll tell you a black accountant because I want us to eat. I want that money going on the table. Because I know when I go down the road and I talk to Mr. Mazeltov, right, my little Jewish friend, right, he'll go and do it for his Jewish colleagues. When I go and talk to Mr. Barber Singh down the road, right, he's going to go out there and he's going to look for his little Sikh brethren as well and make sure that, the supply chain is developed there. So for me, that collaborative economics is about, look, in the short term, if it means that I got onyam bread, if it means that I just got to have jollof rice for a whole year with no chicken, no gravy, right? No extra sauce. I mean, plain jollof rice with just tomato sauce, right? No chicken, no extra bits, no spice.
No super to go with it.
No super, right? Just water, right? Not even fizzy water. Straight water from the tap through the filter, right? Just straight up. If I got to do that for a whole year, so we can succeed and build on that for food, I'm good. Defer it. That's how we win. People think it comes overnight. Now, I tell you, it took me 10 years to become an overnight success.
Awesome.
You done with me? Do you know? I'm going to make sure I can pronounce. Is it Tanaye?
Tanaye Ishe.
I know this dude. I know this dude. Oh my gosh.
Tonight, if it's still
It's good. It's good energy, but I know this dude. Well, we'll catch up, man. I'll catch up, right? So, what are some key lessons you learned about bouncing back from some of your failures as an entrepreneur? Always get mentors. Always get individuals who have been there and done that. Okay. And some people say, "Oh, that's not that easy." Listen, if you want it that badly, you will either make a way or find a way. And I had to find a mentor. Found a mentor, find other individuals who have grown $1 million companies. I'm running a new company at the moment. I'm working with 2 ladies. We've just done this thing called Black Founders Hub. We're working with Black professionals who run design companies, accounting companies, law, agriculture, all that kind of stuff, architecture, sorry. But here's our simple premise. The ambition you have to join that team or join that mastermind is that you have to want to make £100,000. Simple. If you don't have that ambition, then we're not the group for you. Go and do your thing. And I'm happy for you, but that's not for us. We're going to make you do £100,000. That's what you have to aim towards. But what we also add is that once you've made the £100,000, we're going to get you to make £1 million. Because all of us who have founded, the 3 founders that have put together this company, we have been able to build 7-figure companies. So the thing that I've really learned is that there are going to be people who have done stuff and they will teach you. It takes the same energy to make £100 as it does to make 10 million. Just make that really clear. It takes the same energy. The only difference is knowledge and wisdom that you apply to it. That's the only difference. It takes the same energy, just have the knowledge and wisdom. And the key lessons for me was just about making sure I managed my cash, making sure I had a really good mentor, making sure I did stuff on with a team, not trying to do everything myself. I've got a really good lawyer. That was one of the big things that I learned, right? Having a lawyer, I'm telling you now, because no people come mess with me. All them big firms I talk about, they come and tell me about, oh, they're going to pay me 90 days. Nah, bro, I'll send you one contract, pay me in 30 days, or I'm going to charge you 8% interest. Companies pay me in the main, they pay me in advance. A couple of them stupid, right? But in the main, they pay me in advance because my lawyers have tight contracts and they can't mess around with that. So I would say, number one, make sure the key lessons is make sure you've got a customer. It's not just good to have an idea. Make sure you have customers who are going to part with money for you as an entrepreneur. Number 2, make sure you have a really good mentor or people around you who've had experience of building businesses. Number 3, learn to manage your cash really well. Learn to manage your cash really, really, really well. And number 4, surround yourself with a really great team. I hope that helps. I recognize it. Add me on Instagram, man. Add me on Instagram tonight if you're on there. Mr. David McQueen is my Instagram, right? Mr. MR David McQueen. I know you. Don't know where from, but I know you, man.
Awesome.
And you as well, Jay. Mr. David McQueen. You'll find me on LinkedIn or Instagram. I don't do Twitter. Twitter is the devil's armpit. I don't do that at all, man. I don't do that.
Awesome. No, thank you very much, Dave.
That's all right, man. Pleasure.
No, thank you. So literally, I gave you more time because it's really good stuff.
So we're coming back again.
Yeah, like I want people to get this. And the thing from what you said as well is, so I say this, it's delicate, but I say it anyway. I'm not for our people being angry.
Yes.
I don't want them angry.
No.
I don't want them angry. I don't want them all like, God, I don't want that. I want them to be clear, calm, and strategic. I want them to be able to, almost like a general that's looking at a battlefield.
Yes.
And you know where to put your soldiers. You know where to basically position them.
Yes.
Rather than being so immersed in it, like you're engaged with your emotions, you can't see the wood for the trees.
Yeah, yeah.
So a lot of the things that you said, it's certainly in line with that. It's about how we are strategic, how we're smart, how we're clever, how we collaborate, and how we think long term. So more than happy to give you more time to literally share your wisdom.
You know what? So here's my thing. We're going to do it again, right? I'm going to say to you now, we'll sort out what we're going to do. What we'll do is I'm going to dedicate a whole hour. Me and you are going to find a way. We're going to dedicate a whole hour. We're going to break down. Actually, yes, Tanaya, we have met. I told you I know him. Right? So we're going to break down an hour and we're going to do it and we're going to step through. What I would love to do is say to get the young men who are attendees to this, to get them to have a load set of questions, and then we'll walk through those questions, right? We'll really walk through those questions. We'll sit down and we'll have a conversation. We'll do an hour and a half session. We'll do that stuff and really, really kind of like work on building it. My address is davidmcqueen.co.uk. If you type David McQueen in Google, I'm bound to come up in the top 3 because I've been working on that for years, right? If it's a white man in America, a murderer, that's not me, right? It's a black guy, David McQueen. You'll see me with my big beard and what have you. You can add me on follow me on Insta or LinkedIn, or you'll find me on my website. But a real pleasure. And as I said, my promise to you here, sir, is that let's do it so that we can have an hour session or maybe 90 minutes where we go deep dive and we'll get a lot of people to get the real practical applications of what does it look like to build out that plan or roadmap around success, whether it be those young people who are still in school, others in college and what have you, and let's build it from there. My promise to you.
Awesome, Dave. So here's what I'm going to say, because we're planning lots of things like that for 2021.
Yes.
Should we agree that we'll do that by the end of March?
Let's do it by the end of March, bro.
Yeah. So by the end of March, ladies and gentlemen, this will be up. Come along with questions. We'll promote it.
Yes.
So come along with questions and let's do it.
Yeah, let's do that, man. Thank you, and to all the audience, and to some of the familiar faces that I've seen there as well. Reach out to me, man. Please holler at me. Thanks again, Adi. Blessings, man. I really respect you for doing this.
Dave, before you go, so we're going to put your details on our website as well, so people will have your details on there as well. So awesome.
Bless
Thank you very
sir.
much.
All
Have
right,
a great
man.
one.
And you as well. Take care, buddy.
Wow, that was good, right? As an understatement. So some really powerful, useful things there. So literally like defining success on your terms. What does it look like? Have a team around you, give back. And also a few things that you touched on as well, which one of the speakers later on will also talk about, is just the power and the importance of being vulnerable. The importance of, as a young black boy, as a young black man, or people generally, it's okay to show emotion. It's okay to cry. It's okay to be vulnerable. Like there's real power behind it. And he dropped some absolute nuggets. And the really great thing is this is recorded. So you can go back and you can play it again. If you didn't take notes this time round, you can play it again and take some more notes. So that is phenomenal. And someone said, just make sure it's Ghana Jollof. Hey, excuse me, please. Let's not. Actually, that's another conversation. That's like a whole nother different session, Asha. So I've got our next speaker coming up, Samuel Ade. I've known this guy for a few years, and it was only like recently when 56 Black Men launched. I thought, hold on, I know that face. And even since then, like he's launched something this year, which is also a fashion brand. I'll let him say more about that, which is, I find that very, very inspiring. And the reason why we've got Samuel speaking today is just that in the midst of a challenging 2020, he is doing things. So in the midst of what's been a very problematic year for many, many people, all kinds of stuff have been going on. He's been able to stay true to the vision that he's got and actually start things off. And I find that, and we find that very, very inspiring. So we want to share that with you. We want to share that with the young black boys that are out there, the young black men that are out there, the parents that are out there, the older people that are out there, every single person that's out there. This is someone that you need to know. So going to add him to the session right now.
Wow, amazing introduction. Thank you so much for having me here.
My pleasure. Thank you for being on. Great to have you on.
I love what David McQueen talked about, and it's something I intend to talk about a bit later on about community. But, you know, it's not just about an individual thriving, it's about us thriving as a community. And I'm all about, you know, young black men, young black women thriving. Do you know what I mean? Everything that I do is intentionally about us thriving as a community, you know, so that matters a whole of a lot to me. So I really resonated with a lot of what David said. So I'm happy to be here, and I'm happy to be able to talk to the guys today.
That's brilliant. So do you know what, Samuel, you go into it. Tell us about you. Tell us about you. So not so much about the businesses just yet, because I do definitely want to go into that. And the great thing as well is we've got more time to speak.
Okay, cool.
So we've got more time to speak. So I really want to get into it and literally get into the nitty gritty, so people get some really juicy, valuable nuggets that they can take away with them.
Awesome. So my journey started straight after school. So funny enough, I left school with no GCSEs, and essentially you know how that is if you're a black African young man in the UK going home to tell your parents that you've got no GCSEs is
Finished.
Mad. Do you know what I mean? So
you get threatened with, I'll send you back to Nigeria. I got that threat.
So essentially, yeah, it was just mad. Do you know what I mean? I remember seeing the exam results and thinking to myself, how am I going to explain this to my parents that I've wasted 5 years of my life?
Ow.
And essentially, I remember looking at the exam results and saying to myself, I'm never going to fail again. And by the grace of God, I haven't. But essentially, I spoke to career advisors straight after that, and they essentially said, because of the GCSEs that I have, it's literally going to take about 5 years, not 4 years for me to get to uni. And I said, that's too long. Do you know what I mean? And essentially, I looked at my options at the time. So the only option I had available to me was to do a GMVQ in business. So I got into that. I applied myself. I worked extremely hard at it. And essentially the course that I initially applied for wrote back to me and said, I'm now qualified to do the qualification I wanted to do, which was an art and design course, BTEC art and design course. So I got in the BTEC art and design course. So I left my GMBQ business with a merit, got into the art and design course, and again applied myself, worked hard at it. And as a result of getting a merit again, that enabled me to do essentially equivalent to a level 3 ABC diploma, which was like in a university. So I got into that and worked hard at it. But again, I felt like, because of how intense the course was, I wasn't too sure whether art and design was for me long term. By this time, I'd already, started getting involved in an organization called 198 Contemporary Arts and Learning. So they offered courses for young people not in education or employment, so not creative courses. And then they also offered a space for emerging artists, in the Black community that had issue-based art. And it emerged out of the Brixton riot. So I was doing this whilst I was studying. So during my gap year, I decided to really get heavily involved in the organization, and we birthed a social enterprise called Hustlebucks, essentially. And that was a clothing brand as well as, a garment printing business. So the idea was, if you're a young brand, you could come to us and you can print your garments. And we also had the clothing brand, and our clothing brand was around issues that young people faced at the time. So we did issue-based clothing around like themes like boys and girls, youth violence, different things that were related to young people. So we ended up launching our shop in 2010 and collaborating with Central St. Martin's to do this. As a result of us collaborating with Central St. Martin's, they got me onto their short course, which now led on to me doing my degree. So I ended up doing my degree at Central St. Martin's and leaving in 2012. But when I left Central St. Martin's, as a result of me also working on the social enterprise and the impact we were making, I'd spoken across London, at various galleries and various organizations about the impact we were making and the success of the social enterprise. So I knew my potential, I knew the value I brought, I knew I was self-aware, and I was confident about my vision. So I decided I'm going to go on it alone. Started up a branding business, helping entrepreneurs to brand their business, and essentially was working on that alongside overseeing Hustlebucks. Hustlebucks went from strength to strength. We ended up working with Lambeth Country Show, Brixton Splash, Marks and Spencer's, and we were in the shop for 6 years. What initially started off as a pop-up shop and something we were planning on doing for 2 weeks ended up extending for 6 years.
That's really good.
And yeah, basically in 2016, obviously, by that time, Brixton was changing. Do you know what I mean? Rates became extortionate. So in order for us to keep the shop going, it wasn't feasible. So we now relocated back to where we started from, which was the gallery space. I became a board member. We ended up collaborating with the XX, which is a rock indie group with a massive following. They were doing a tour in Brixton as well as, global tour. And they wanted us to do the merchandise for them. So we did the merchandise for them. And then, after that, we launched event called Creative Trolls, which was all about giving back, inspiring the young generation to get into the creative industries. And that went from strength to strength. We sold out our first event and we've been doing that ever since. So essentially I oversee Hustlebucks from a board level, from a strategic board level. So I sit on the board for 198 Contemporary Arts and Learning. I also set up a business called Desk, which I set up in 2018, and that was off the back of what we were doing at 198. So we essentially developed our space 2 floors up, and we managed to raise 1.3 million to do this. But essentially, when we built this space out, or when we were in the process of developing this space, I was like, this is all great, but how is young people and how is entrepreneurs going to be able to access this space? It would be great if there's one platform similar to Airbnb that enables entrepreneurs to be able to access spaces like that. And that's how DESK was birthed. So DESK is an acronym, stands for Developing Entrepreneurial Services and Communities. And essentially we exist to connect entrepreneurs with space and community, to be able to actually access co-working spaces, but to also be able to connect with other entrepreneurs in their community. And in this year, we launched Alana. So Alana is essentially an e-commerce store for luxury fashion brands, and we're a platform for fashion designers to gain expertise. We identified that a lot of fashion designers lack expertise, You know, so essentially through our platform, if you're a fashion designer, you'll be able to upload images of your sketches, CAD designs, as well as your patterns and samples, and get partnered with a fashion expert. You'll be able to consult you on each stage of this development process. And then we're a storefront for the consumer, specializing on Black-owned luxury brands. So you'll be able to shop luxury brands through our storefront. And we've launched with 3 brands. So yeah, do check it out.
So you're involved with 4 companies?
Yes, I am.
Really good.
Yeah.
That's really good. And so just tell us a bit more about Ilana. So that launched this year, right?
Yes, that launched this year. So it launched off the back of a tweet. So it's funny because basically someone must have tweeted an influencer, and she said she would love to have, you know, a fast fashion brand that she can spend their coin with. And I ended up responding and saying, you know, that sounds great, but what would actually be great is a marketplace for Black-owned businesses, which can, you know, which enables consumers and customers to shop everything Black-owned. Now, I actually thought to myself during the tweet, I was like, actually, that's a good idea. I might build it. And then someone responded and said, build it. I thought about it for a day. I reached out to my COO, my co-founder, and said, you know what? Are you happy to come on board, you know, as my co-founder for this idea? She was like, yeah, she's more than happy to. We jumped on a call. But as I was writing down the vision and the mission, I was like, it has to be more than a store. You know, it can't just be something that is an e-commerce store where people can shop Black-owned brands. We've had, you know, similar kind of businesses. We have ASOS, we have Farfetch. We have to be something that enables fashion designers to really grow to the next level in their business. And that's essentially how I reworked the idea to come up with not only the storefront, but the community. And then I ran through the idea with her, and she's like, she loves this. You know, let's do it. So we started in June. By November, we launched it. It took us 4 months to build a platform because I was building it from scratch. And yeah.
Did you build it yourself?
So no. So I got a developer on board to build it. And that was because of the complexity of what we were building, the MVP. So it's not only just the storefront, but also a community for fashion designers.
Sure. That's really good. And so let's say someone's out there who's a young fashion designer, or they've got like an idea. I've got at least one person. You know what? I'm currently doing a program right now. Doing a program with a group of young boys, and one of them, I'm not sure if he's on the line. From day one, he's been said, "Yeah, I want to start a clothing brand." So we go through the question, like even like our last session, we were working on mindset, and he manages to work the question he asked me into, but how do I start my clothing brand, or what does it look like? And he emailed me with some points. I'd like to connect him with you because he's very passionate. He's 13.
Yeah.
And he's really clear on what he wants. He's got the name ready. He's got like a profile on social media. And he's asking me questions about suppliers. I gave him some advice on that. Asked me questions about should he hold stock or do order fulfillment?
Yeah.
All that stuff.
There's a lot of complexities to running a fashion brand. Like even when we were doing Hustle Bus, you know what I mean? So essentially with our store in Brixton Village, like I said, we were there for 6 years, and we had our own clothing brand, but we also stocked other fashion designers and fashion brands. And so I would get a number of different people, even up until today, asking me for advice and support as how do you start your fashion brand? What kind of advice would you give me? So the reality is I wanted to be able to just provide a platform that I can refer them to that gives them that expertise to really grow their brand to the next level. Because I identified that there is a need. Do you know what I mean? There is so many young Black boys or young Black men or young Black people in general, do you know what I mean? Young people in general that want to start clothing brands but don't know how to start. So they need access to that expertise and knowledge.
Great. So would I then just say to him, go to alana.uk?
Go to alana.uk. Definitely. Right. You can refer him to him, or you can give him my email and just tell him to drop me an email. I won't be happy to answer his questions. If I can't answer it, my COO can answer it. Because she's been in fashion for over 16 years. So
awesome. And my niece is also into fashion as well. So I'll ask her to look at that site. And just similarly, for anybody who's out there who's into fashion, or that's your thing, and you're passionate about starting your brand, your company, what Samuel has created is purely for that. So get on board and reach out to them. And we're also, like with all of our speakers, we're going to put all of this information on our website so you know where to go. So that's all for you as a resource as well. Awesome.
Definitely. So I think it's important that I actually talk about some of the things I wanted to talk to you guys about today. So one of the things that I wanted to refer to is about the 10 top skills, and I'm not too sure if you guys are familiar with the World Economic Forum. Do you know the World Economic Forum, Adi?
Yeah.
Okay, for those of you that are on this call that don't know who the World Economic Forum is, they're essentially the #1 place for business and commerce. And every year they meet in Davos to determine the next 10 years or what the next phase of business looks like. And essentially they came up with 10 skills that you need to consider for the year 2020 as well as the year 2025. And I just want to go through them with you guys. So essentially the first one is analytical thinking and innovation, active learning and learning strategies, complex problem solving, critical thinking and analysis, creativity, originality and initiative, leadership and social influence, technology use, monitoring and control, technology design and programming, resilience, stress tolerance and flexibility, reasoning, problem solving, and ideation. You know, and what's interesting is that, you know, they predicted by the year 2030 that about over 750 million people will be out of work due to automation. And the reality is that it's interesting how the same way that they predicted that we will end the decade is how we're starting the decade, with so many people out of work, so many people looking for opportunities, not knowing what to do next. And the reality is that as an entrepreneur, as a creative, or as someone, you know, who's looking to essentially excel in what you're doing, you need to think about these skills that are going to be required for you moving forward. You need to be able to apply creativity to what you're doing. You need to be innovatively thinking about how you're going to position yourself moving forward to ensure that when automation comes, you're not made redundant. You know, you have to ensure that you're putting in the work that is necessary to make sure that you're valuable in the years to come. Do you understand? Creativity is the most sought after skill set there is, because you can't teach a robot or automation how to be creative.
Exactly.
You can't teach them. You can't teach them innovation. So the reality is that you need to be developing skills that enable you to be in a valuable position as the climate changes. So yeah, that's the advice I wanted to give to you guys.
That's great. If you can as well, if you can you email that through to us, we'll put it on the website. And just for those of you that are listening, so the World Economic Forum, so you know, like how I'd say it, the business owners, the CEOs, the billionaires, that's their meeting.
Yeah, they all come together in Davos once a year.
And the people that they report to are there as well.
What's that?
I said, and the people that they report to that are
there as well.
Say 50.
And what's interesting about it, I remember speaking to a guy that I connected with, and he was saying that, you know, he was fortunate enough to be in one of those meetings, and he was like, the reason as to why the majority of the wealth goes to South Africa is because those that are in those meetings and the countries they represent are South Africans. Do you know what I mean? So the reality is that in order for us to be at the table making key decisions, we need to be in those spaces that key decision makers are making these decisions. Do you understand? There's something that a guy I know said. He said that if you're not sitting at the table, you're not sitting at the table, you're being talked about on the menu. And the reality is that we have to be people that are in those spaces and having those conversations and making the decisions that enable us to progress as a community. We need to be in these spaces. We need to be having these conversations and sitting at certain tables to be able to be taken seriously and to ensure that we're getting wealth allocated to the places that we want wealth to be. You know, so yeah, these people meet once a year. They decide what's going to happen in business and commerce moving forward. So a lot of the things you see transpire over the years and over this decade, it's been decided by a small group of people, and they meet in Davos once a year, called the World Economic Forum.
That's brilliant. Thank you for that. That's like, it's really great that you brought that up. And I'm going to encourage every single person that's out there that's listening to this, go and research this information. Go to their website. It's readily available. It's telling you what these companies are planning for the next 20, 30, 50 plus years.
Yeah.
Artificial intelligence is a really big thing. So AI, artificial intelligence, is not 20, 30, 40 years away. It's not.
Yeah.
It's already
less
here
than
now.
10. Yeah. It's here now. And
Like you said now.
it's continuing because a lot of people are losing jobs already to automation.
Yeah.
Like the reality is that even TFL, do you know what I mean? Like you no longer have to go to a ticket inspector or an inspector to serve you. Whenever you do, they point you to the machine. That anything you need to know or anything you need to do regarding transport or your Oyster card, you can do that via a machine. Do you know what I mean? Even with self-checkouts now, do you know what I mean? Majority of the supermarkets are encouraging us to do our own checkouts. So this is going to become more common. You know, automation is becoming more available and more common in certain spaces. And the reality is if you don't adapt, you get left behind.
Totally. This is really good stuff. And you're also, I'm looking at your notes as well. You also wanted to cover the 4 C's.
Yes.
That?
Yeah. So the 4 C's essentially, I'm glad you touched upon that because it relates to a lot of what David said. So 4 C's is essentially you have to be competent. You know, and you ain't gonna find this information anywhere else. This has come through my experience and something I've coined myself. So essentially, you have to be competent. You know, one of the people I love to refer to is Warren Buffett. You know, and there's something that Warren Buffett says. He says he spends 80% of his time reading. Now, the reality is, if I want to do business at the level that he's doing it, and this is considered one of the most successful businessmen, he's on the level of Richard Branson. He's a multi-billionaire. But yet he's still committed to spending 80% of his time reading because he understands that business and life is constantly changing. And in order for him to stay relevant, he has to develop himself to a point where he's constantly growing. So you have to be competent. You have to know your field, know your industry, and know where you're going and how to navigate it. Yeah, that's absolutely vital. And it's important that you have your people on your team that are competent as well, that are able to essentially cover your areas of weaknesses. Do you understand? Because none of us are islands. You know, we all have areas where we can, and it's important that we have people around us that are competent and able to help us in the areas where we can. You need to be consistent. That's the second one. You need to be consistent. Consistency. You know, the reason as to why you go to McDonald's, Nando's, KFC is because they're consistent. You know, if you go into a McDonald's in Brixton, it's going to be the same experience as the McDonald's in Oxford Circus. They're consistent across the board. No matter where you go to, in whatever country, you know what you expect from McDonald's, from KFC, and from the brands that are considered world leaders. Because they've consistently developed a product and service that they can deliver on. So the reality is that in order for you to excel, you need to be consistent in what you're offering, whether it be your service or your product. Yeah, you need to be someone who's consistently delivering on your service because there's only 2 things people care about: what you say and your ability to deliver on what you say. Yeah, and brand recognition is built through trust, and trust is built through consistency. The third one is community. You need to build a community of people around you. Yeah, it's important. The most successful businesses and brands have built a community around what they do. That's why if you find someone who owns an Apple product, they champion Apple. They see themselves as someone who's part of Apple. Do you understand? They take Apple personally. Apple is a reflection of them.
Yeah.
Because they become part of Apple's community. So in order for you to have a business that is successful, you need to build a community around what you do and around your business. People that champion what you do. And in life in general, we're only as strong as our support. So you need to have a community of people that are able to serve and help you in areas that you're weak in. Do you know what I mean? The reality is that as entrepreneurs and as creatives, we can do a lot of things in isolation. But in order for you to thrive and take what you're doing to the next level, you need a community. You need people that believe in you, people that champion you, and people that support you. And fourthly, which is the most vital C, the most important out of them all, is character. You need to be someone of character. You need to be a person of integrity. You need to be able to do what you say you're going to do at the time you say you're going to do it. Because like I said, people care about 2 things: what you say and your ability to deliver on what you say. So you need to be someone of character. You need to be someone who's hungry. You need to be someone who's humble. You need to be someone who's honorable. You need to be someone who's willing to have the character required in order to maintain the success that you aim to achieve. You need to build and build resilience. You need to be someone of character. You need to be someone who has a sound character. And that's my 4 C's.
That's brilliant. Thank you very much. I've taken my notes there as well. And the great thing is this is recorded. So for those of you that are listening or that want to go back and watch this, it's available for you.
Yeah.
And if you haven't done it already, please share this information. So whichever platform you're on, just press the share button so more people can actually see this and hear about this and hear what's going on, because it can make a difference to them as well. Summer, thanks for being on. Here's what I'm going to do. I know we didn't plan this part because I've got more time because one of the speakers from the US, there's a problem with his connection, so he can't join. So we've got more time, and I've got Ajani about to dial in for a conversation with me. And this conversation, we do advise parental caution and parental guidance because it talks about abuse and how it's important to basically deal with that, otherwise it'll have an impact going forward. It might not be a conversation for you to be a part of, but you're part of the Defensive Black Men team, and so is he.
Yeah.
Can I bring you guys on together, talk about that for like 5 minutes? And then
that's absolutely fine. I know Ajani. I know him really well. Like we've known each other for many years. Yeah. So when I saw him on the lineup, I was like, oh yeah, it's great to see him. And he's also done a few things for me this week as well. So he was part of
this week.
Boot camp I ran. Yeah. So I ran a 4-day boot camp, which finished today, which was 20 hours, which is why I'm tired, to be honest with you. But
wow.
I wanted to honor, the invitation, and I wanted to make sure that I'm present to offer my wisdom. So thanks for having me.
Thank you. So I'm going to add him on. Let's talk about that for a few minutes.
Okay.
Because that wasn't planned, but literally it's how it's transpired. So let's go for it.
No worries.
I know you've just finished the 20-hour session, 4-day session.
Yeah. So we did 5 hours each day. So I did 5 hours today, and it was followed by like a panel discussion which I moderated, and then obviously I had to rush on for this. So yeah. If
you can, could I bring you back in about say half an hour after my chat with Ajani? Would you be available, or will you be going on?
Half an hour. Yeah, that's fine. Cool. I'm more than happy to jump back in at half an hour.
Cool. Let me add Ajani now for 5 minutes, and so we're just doing this off the cuff. So let's see what happens.
All right. Cool.
Ajani.
Yes.
So
good evening.
You guys are doing stuff together this week.
Wow, the connection's a bit bad though.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you just fine. Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you.
It's really bad. It's just gone distorted for some reason.
It's fine on my end.
Yeah, it's fine on my end as well. I can hear everyone just fine.
For those of you that are watching, can you see us all clearly? Is it okay for you, ladies and gentlemen?
Yeah, I'm not sure what's happening, but the connection's gone really bad.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah, on my end, it's like there's crackling on Ajani's live. I don't know whether it's a problem on my end or a problem on you guys' end. Can you two hear each other okay?
I can hear everybody just fine.
I don't know. It's most probably...
Okay, let's do this. If you come out and come back in again, for some reason, I've just been told that...
So come back 30 minutes.
Yeah, we could do that.
All right,
we could do that.
I'll do that.
Awesome. Good evening.
Great to have you on.
Thank you for having me back. It's a pleasure to be here, truly. Thank you very, very much.
My pleasure. No, because the last time we had you on, we spoke about a very delicate subject, very, very important, that often gets overlooked. Yes. And it has a massive impact on young Black men, young Black boys, and just people generally as they grow up. And I just thought that was important to have that conversation. So that's why I brought you back. And also, I want to also just ask you to, because the theme for this session today is close the year out in style. Maybe to also get some tips from you that people can have to close the year out in style.
Absolutely.
And at this point, I'm going to say to those that are listening and to parents that, so this next conversation, we'll talk about a very sensitive subject. We'll be responsible and intentional and deliberate with the conversation that we have. So we'll talk about the subject of abuse, and all sexual abuse. So parents, young people, if it's something that you would not want to hear, please dial back in 30 minutes time. So around about, let's say 6:30. But if you want to, please feel free to be involved with the conversation. And just to be really clear, the reason why we're having this conversation, the reason why I brought Ajani back, is because it's something that a lot of people have dealt with and are dealing with, or actually they've experienced and have never dealt with. So as they get older in life, they build up this rage and this anger and this annoyance, and it's because something from their past wasn't dealt with in terms of abuse. And what Ajani does is support these young black boys and young black men to overcome that past and to deal with that experience so they can unleash their full potential. Yeah? So, Ajani, let's just start off. So, we'll definitely go into it. Let me ask you this, maybe to give people a chance to make a choice about whether or not to be in the conversation. So, tell us a bit about how you got involved with the 56 Black Men conversation. How did you get involved with that?
Okay, so I got involved with 56 Black Men after my business partner, Robert Chigozie, was interviewed for the piece, for the campaign. And Sifas Williams, who's the founder of the movement, had suggested to all the men that he took portraits of that they recommend a black man or two that they know, who they know is doing astounding things in the community, in the wild, whether it be business or creativity, whatever. So I got connected to CFAS that way. But then what CFAS hadn't realized is that we had actually been connected a couple of months before that via Instagram. But he's a very, very busy man, so getting hold of him can be quite tough. So when we connected, and I said to him, like, we've been connected already, and I showed him a couple of exchanges that we had, and he was like, oh, of course. So we got to talking. He took my portrait. We got along very well, actually. And for a year and a bit after that moment, Sifas involved me a lot with regards to hosting live events and, being part of discussion panels, being part of planning and strategizing and just discussing the future in general. So I was very fortunate to not only feature as number 26 out of the 56 Black Men, but I was also very fortunate to work side by side with Sifas for quite a while and get to understand what the vision for the future is, and also to be extended the opportunity to be a part of developing that future. So many things that one can't speak on yet. However, it feels good to be involved. It feels good to be involved. It's a wonderful cause by which I still stand today. I love what it did for us Black men in the media. There was not one successful smear campaign against us. We were able to show up on mainstream television at breakfast time, lunchtime, dinner time, supper time, 10 o'clock news, 11 o'clock news, every small outlet you can think of online that really has grown and become, voices of the media, like your ANJs and all kinds of platforms. They really took it on, and it inspired millions of Black boys, and it really gave such great comfort to Black parents as well. So I love the campaign to this day. Stand by it. I'm willing to help those guys with whatever they need at any point they need it, as long as it's within my capacity.
That's brilliant. That's really good. Thank you for the things you said, because they've definitely made a difference. Because I remember seeing that, because we actually started about the same time when we started 1000 Black Boys, and someone was like, "Have you heard about this?" Yeah, I think what I would have said is, I would have said that. So I'm a spiritual person. It was almost like there was a spiritual download, like this needs to be done now, and we all got the message, and we got like our parts of the jigsaw, because we launched 1000 Black Boys December 2018. Yeah, and I think 56 Black Men also started about the same time of the year. I think like the same year.
Yeah, the pictures had just been taken, like October, November. The pictures had just been taken.
Perfect. So when it came out, I was like, wow, look at this. Like, whoa, okay, cool. So yeah, and great thing about you as well, Ajani, is I hear that you love making a difference to people.
Yeah, it's a passion of mine, and I've decided to put my efforts into just building community and helping people to develop, to nurture talents, to inspire people, to help to heal people, to awaken the mentor in others, to awaken, the healer in others, because it's not, my voice is not the only voice that's out here to do what I'm doing. So I really do love to make a difference in people's lives. At the moment, I'm actually working a day job in a secondary school, for which I get asked by my students week in, week out, "Sir, why do you work here?" Because they know that they've discovered what I do outside, in the world of creativity and community. And I'm going to be touching on community during this talk because I've got some great news to share with everybody who's here today. So they ask me all the time, "So why do you work here? You don't need to work here." So I know they don't pay you well here. So we know you're rich in secret. That's what kids say to me. But I think what's important at this specific moment is for children to learn from me that position and status and money are not they are not the fulfillers of happiness. They're not the fulfillers of purpose and direction.
So position, status, and money are not the fulfillers of purpose. So position, status, and money are not the fulfillers of purpose. For those of you that are listening, that's what Johnny's saying. Like, just be really clear about that.
Yeah, because you can have money, that's fine, but it doesn't mean that you're actually okay.
Yeah.
For me, in 2020, I've been blessed to have a strong livelihood, but also to be in a position where I can really give back where it's really needed, and not in a way where it's like, look, social media, look what I'm doing, or, calling the news outlets and getting them to come and watch me, elbow spud a kid, because I went and mentored him for a day or whatever. It's a wonderful, very sacred process that people, you only really know about it. For example, if you're in this talk today, you only know about it if you see me doing it, because I think about what I needed when I was growing up, right? And I'm just trying to be for them what I would have definitely appreciated after growing up.
So tell us about that, because I know this ties into the story of Branch Brothers. So tell us a little bit about what happened and why you do what you do today.
All right. So I started Branch Brothers as Branch Brothers 3 years ago, but the actual idea came to me around 2010, 2011. So it's been a very long time. And the idea initially, when I was 18 years old, I remember in September 2006, and my church had this theme that month, which was purpose-driven life. And the whole idea was, what is your purpose? And everybody was reading a book to go along with it. And, everyone got to share their testimonies and things like that. Now, I didn't read the book because I didn't have the money to buy it. And I didn't have the money to buy it because I didn't have papers at the time. I didn't get my papers until 2009. So that was a big, big obstacle for me. So I didn't get the book, but I remember just very distinctly learning that my purpose is to serve young Black men. And I remember saying in church, just so that it sounded good in church, "Oh yeah, I want to bring young Black men to Jesus." And that was what I said, right? I want to bring them to the Lord, right? But that was just rhetoric that I knew that people in the room would like. So I just went with that. But really what I meant to say was to help young men to become the very best that they can be in all aspects of their lives. But at 18 years old, I didn't want to sound like, how Joseph's brothers treated him. He knew that there was something in him, right? But the brothers were just like, look at this fool.
Small boy.
And I was really... Pardon?
Yeah, they were like, this small boy. Like, what are you talking about?
Right, exactly. So I definitely had a Joseph moment in that regard. And so I was like, okay, that's what I want to do. And I was very shy about how I wanted to do it because I had such major insecurities about my masculinity as a whole. So I didn't even know where I fit in terms of, being friends with other boys, let alone helping other boys. Like, it just, to me, it was like, it was the most far-fetched thing. And I would have been better off just kind of settling for my original dream. So anyway, at the time, I had this idea, this big idea for the Brothers Alliance Foundation. And it's like this place where the guys can come together, we can talk about stuff and we can grow and everything. But it wasn't really distinct at the time. I didn't really know exactly what it was going to be. And then fast forward from 2010/11, no, 2008/2011, and then fast forward to 2012, and I had this luncheon, a gentleman's luncheon. And I hired a lovely banquet suite at a hotel in Westminster. And we had 35 young Black men turn up for lunch that day. And the whole theme of it was, we're going to be amazing. We're going to be successful. We're going to blow. It's going to be incredible. So I was still kind of fulfilling my dream, but again, it was still very surface level. It was still very superficial. And Club Summit, we're the top of the mountain, we're the highest of the high and best of the best. And that was the vibe we were giving off. And I was still afraid at the time to really venture into the real cause, the real depths of what I wanted to deal with. And it wasn't until 2015 when I was in the Cayman Islands and I was on a working trip. Okay. And I mean, life was perfect. I was earning a decent money. I was traveling around the world. Like, anyone who gets to go to the Caribbean twice just because in the same year, you're doing all right. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
and that was me. That was me. But the second trip to the Caribbean, I remember just sitting on the balcony, looking out into the sea, just feeling awful, feeling so very awful. And I realized that I was definitely living the dream and I was definitely living what I was preaching, for sure. However, what I didn't do was I didn't pay close enough attention to what was breaking me down on the inside, what was triggering me, and this is where we come onto the sensitive part of the thing, of the discussion, where I realized I had not identified the sexual abuse that I endured as a child as that. I had not actually called it that. To me, it was a memory that I'd locked away. I'd only kind of touched on it by reference a couple of times, never called it what it was. And that trip in October 2015, I broke all the way down. And I tell you, I was a pile amongst that sand, crying tears that I never knew I had in me. I was wailing on that beach for 3.5 hours, crying because I had to let something out. And so when I came back to England, I thought, okay, I've cried now. Surely this is going to be okay. And I went about my business. And I remember I started dating this wonderful young lady and life was all good and whatever. But then for me, spiritually, like I could tell that something's about to shift. So God told me to quit my speaking job. So I did. That was very well paid, by the way. But I quit that. And then friendship circles shifted. Girlfriend gone. House gone. 2 of my best friends gone. All in the space of 8 weeks. And I thought, what? I was winded. I was utterly winded. And then I got that happening. But on the other side, I've got a couple of really successful series that are online and they are popping. And it's going well. So people are seeing me in public. Oh my God, you're so funny. But I was falling apart. Right? This is 2017 at this point. I'm falling apart. So I went on a journey that started by me saying to God, this better be good. I didn't say, why me? I didn't say, this isn't fair. I didn't say, why? I just said, this better be good because you're all I've got to trust and I'm going to trust. And on the other side of this journey, this better be good. So 2017, August, that is when Brunch Brothers was born as Brunch Brothers, because it no longer was about Brothers Alliance Foundation where we could just get together and be brothers. It was no longer about Club Summit where we were just about success and money and position, which, by the way, side note, a lot of those brothers who came to to Club Summit in December 2012, those brothers own companies that are thriving Those brothers are actors, directors, producers. Those brothers are community practitioners, and those brothers are making money. So we definitely did something right. And a lot of them have done it by working together, by the way. A lot of them have done it by working together. Samuel, who you just had on, he was at that lunch.
Okay.
He was at that lunch. And a lot of other really prominent young black men who are really rising up now. So 2017 August, Branch Brothers is born, and that's because our mentor actually, because he mentored Samuel too, our mentor took us on a retreat along with about 20 other men, and we spent that week reading things and fellowshipping and talking and praying and swimming and walking and all kinds of stuff, and it just felt very therapeutic. And I said, you know what, I have got to lean into the absolute truth of what I know I've been called to do. So I decided to put on my first Branch Brothers event. I was sharing an office with one of my really close friends at the time. I asked him, I said, do you mind if I use your office on the weekends to do Branch Brothers? I also didn't have money, by the way, at this point. So I didn't even have the money for the breakfast, right, for the food. But where I was living, someone was being kind to me, like just being kind. So I was really going through it. But I felt that it was important for me, regardless of how I felt on the inside, to really put this out there and to share with people exactly where I was, so we can meet each other where we are.
What did you share with them?
So, well, first of all, I say that again.
I said we can go into that conversation now. So what did you share with them?
Well, I shared with them, for me personally, one of the questions I like to open with is, how is your heart? Because it's a question that men don't know how to answer typically. Because we're not taught that the heart is something we should look at. We're told that our ego, our outward appearance, and our job and our money and everything, that's what we are, but not we're not asked to look at the contents of our heart. And I remember sharing the heaviness in my heart of the fact that things were so difficult at the time, but I also felt a great deal of relief in my heart because I was able to now discuss everything. The molestation, I was able to talk about it freely. The subsequent events that took place in my adulthood, directly because of the things that I experienced as a child, I was able to discuss those things a lot more freely. And what that did was it allowed the men around the table and the boys, because we had boys from 16 years old to men who were 30-something sitting around this table week in, week out. And these guys, they were sharing their heartbreak. They were sharing their triumphs that they were embarrassed of. They were sharing issues like porn addiction, erectile dysfunction, also experiencing sexual abuse, being physically abused, resentment towards parents, fear of parents, drug problems were coming to the surface. Boys and young men who had been hiding in the shadows, doing up gang life, and they were able to really lay out on the table what they were feeling and what was going on in their minds. And do you know one of the common things that came up? These guys just needed someone to ask them if they're okay and actually mean it. Right?
Right.
Before we talk about the youth clubs and the initiatives and all that stuff, it all started with the emotion. And so in 2017, I knew that I was onto something, because I said, okay, these guys have opened up, and the testimonials that they shared with me were mind-blowing, right? So fast forward a couple of years, we were doing trial and error. So, we kind of had to, I like to say we kind of had to wait 3 years for the green light, because for the last 3 years, we've been talking about Branch Brothers. I've been doing one-to-one stuff with these guys. Sometimes we've been doing the group stuff. Sometimes it's worked out amazingly. Sometimes it's been a bit of a drag and all of this stuff. But now we finally had a green light, because first part of the good news I want to share with everyone is that Branch Brothers has now been running in its first secondary school cohort for the last 6 weeks.
Well done. Congratulations.
Thank you. We are working with boys between 11 and 14 years old at the moment. We started off with just 5 boys in a group, and ever since, the senior leadership team of the school has requested that we take on more boys, because they're seeing the growth and the development that's happening with these other kids. It's going amazing. So that's something that I'm definitely really pleased about. And it happened in the year that dragged us all. So really, really pleased about that progress, you know, and now we're looking at going into community organizations. We're going to continue to do it privately, you know, and actually at the moment we're looking at spreading the program out to other schools, other youth programs, other churches, and you name it. So another part of the good news is that we're actually looking towards the back end of our first training program. I have been training 5 Black men who are passionate about the growth of young people and the development of young people. And they've been undergoing the Branch Brothers treatment. So, you know, part of the training is that they have to go through what we put the kids through in order to become ready to do the program. So we've got these amazing men, you know, some of them are fathers, some of them are teachers, some of them are businessmen, and they're coming on week in, week out to learn more about themselves as a means to learn how to teach other boys how to navigate their emotions. So I couldn't be prouder. I could not be prouder that we are finally growing the message.
And what's the treatment? What's the Branch Brothers treatment? Say a bit more about that.
Well, it's a six week program, and it starts off exploring identity, what we understand about identity, understanding what we have placed our identity on. Have you placed your identity on the size of your genitals? Have you placed your identity on the size of your paycheck? Have you placed your identity on the postcode you live in? Have you placed your identity at who your pastor is? Have you, understanding what do people understand? What do young men, what do boys and young men understand about identity? What does it mean? And we go all the way into mirroring and having to have that very raw, reflective moment where you find out who you really are, and you find out in front of the other brothers, right? And we have this mantra within the course, and it says, I appreciate your honesty and I respect your courage to be open. And whenever the men are sharing or the boys are sharing, and then a brother comes in afterwards and he dashes I appreciate your honesty and I respect your courage to be open. It just creates such an amazing atmosphere. So what we've got now is that first 2 weeks with the year 7 boys, difficult, because it's like, oh my God, feelings, no, stop it, no, right? And then, and then week 3, week 4, they're making jokes out of like, oh, I appreciate you. And by the way, not prompted, I appreciate your honesty and I respect your courage to be open, right? And then by week 4, someone shares and you get a straight, I appreciate your honesty and I respect your courage to be open. And suddenly, understanding of self-awareness, empathy, they're growing, they're developing. And this is happening right in front of my eyes. My supervisors, I've only ever had one unsupervised session with these kids. The rest of them, someone from senior management has been present because they've been seeing the impact that this thing's been having on these kids. So next year, we're excited to be welcoming more schools. And for anybody who's watching, if you follow me on Instagram, at Ajani Kingdom, it'll come up on the screen, I'm sure. If you follow me on Instagram, that's where you're going to get all the information, because I'm going to be able to bring everyone up to speed with what's going on. For all of the men who want to become mentors, I'm going to be taking on some new brothers at the end of January. The training is currently free. It's currently free. I will be charging from September onwards, because the bread does need butter, amen. But at the moment, it's really all about growing the message and taking it to places that it hasn't reached yet. So yeah, we've got those guys on training. And then the main major thing that I wanted to also share with everyone is that my team and I are now actually putting together, all the fixings to create our very own foundation, the Symphony Park Foundation. So I am the CEO of the Symphony Park Group, which is a media company. However, all of our corporate social responsibility work has just really turned into social responsibility work. And we really, really have found a beautiful niche in being creative and putting that creativity out with the hope of inspiring young people. And an example of that is that I recently wrote and directed a short film called What Happened to Karen. And it's a short film that touches on the topic of race from the lens of young children aged between 11 and 13 years old. my God, what a challenge that was to work on. But it was also very, very rewarding, because as we speak, we're just a little bit shy of 100 and no, we're just a little bit shy of 200,000 views in a month, which means that we've been able to really make a great impact through being creative, but having a message, a deliberate message, and not such an easy message either. So now, as we build the foundation, we want to put more programs in schools for boys and girls. We want to work on health and personal hygiene, fitness, business, entrepreneurship. We really want to push that boat out there. So again, like I said, follow me on Instagram, because we'll be able to have a conversation about how maybe, viewers can help, and how people can get involved. We really are welcoming people who have a contribution to something like this, because the only way our communities are going to grow and transform and develop positively is if we really get our hands dirty and put our feet in the mud, and trudge along.
That's brilliant. I mean, I know you've got to go soon. So to anybody out there who this message resonates with, any young person who's dealt with abuse in the past of any form, even any older person who's dealt with that in the past, it's really important to heal.
Can I just say something to the men, especially out there, especially if you're a dad, especially whether your child is a little girl or a little boy, or a big girl or a big boy, either way, it's all the men out there. One moment. Yes.
It's got to go soon, ladies and gentlemen. I think this is like the mummy treatment. Yeah. I mean, yeah, so just to say, so for anybody out there who this really resonates with, so my request for you is to reach out to Ajani, to get in contact with him and his organization.
Just quickly.
Because that's what they do.
So what I'm saying, just quickly, especially all of the fathers, all of the men out there, the last thing you want to find out is that your kid is going through something, and then you hear it from somewhere else because they didn't feel like they could share it. So if you've gone through something, anything, sit down with your kids and talk to them. Obviously, it has to be age appropriate language, but talk to your kids.
John, I think mommy's behind you.
Yeah, I know, innit? Because I'm trying to fix mommy's coat.
Hello, mommy.
Hello.
You're live.
Sorry to be a nuisance. I've got my zip here, which has just got caught up.
That's okay. So this is Ajani being the good boy. So this is very important for the young black boys and women out there. You got to be there to look after your parents, your mom and your dads. So this is a demonstration of what that looks like. So expertly done, very well done. So there's some questions, but I do know that you got to go soon. So what's the last thing you want to say to us? Well, let me ask this question, because I've also got Samuel about to log in very, very shortly. Someone's asked a question. The question is, can you talk about this briefly, maybe in about 30 seconds to a minute? So the question is, look at the contents of the heart. Can you expand on that? What do you mean by that?
Look at the contents of the heart. Yeah, that's fine. I hope I've answered that, because I'm going to answer that as best as I can. So looking at the contents of the heart, it's as simple as how good or how not so good do you feel? How do you see yourself emotionally? How do you feel about yourself emotionally? Because what happens is we don't ask these questions. Some people don't even like themselves, and they don't know why, and they don't know how, and they're scared to go into that conversation because it means that it might last forever. Or some people might feel like what they find in their heart might be discontenting, right? It might be something that they found that there is a lesser than feeling that gets found. So if I say right now I feel resentful, if I say I feel resentful, I'm going to look at why. Okay, maybe some people might feel that they were raised different than their siblings, and maybe that mom and dad could have could have made more effort. You know, maybe from mom and dad's perspective, it's like, oh, well, you know, you're really independent, you're really smart, and you know how to handle yourself. So it's kind of like, you know, how else can you put yourself across, you know? So I think looking at the contents of your heart, be prepared to find pretty much whatever. Because for me, I found a lot of heaviness, right? I found a great deal of heaviness when I was looking into my heart and searching my heart. And it's not fun. It's not fun when you're dealing with heaviness. And one of the things that I found in that heaviness is that I was dragging around a lot of bitterness. I was dragging around a lot of resentment. I was dragging around a lot of pain. And the only way that I was able to really break those things down was to put, you know, faces and names to the issues that I had going on. And there were some people, and there were some people that I had to speak to because that's what needed to be done to get closure. And then there were some people that is just like, you're not going to get a sorry, so just get on with it. And then also, and I'll close on this part, on this question. Who have you hurt? Because it's all well and good to look at who's hurt us, but we also need to take a great deal of responsibility over who we've hurt. So do you find spite in your heart? Do you find petulance in your heart? You know, do you find sort of like a scornedness in your heart? So looking at the contents of the heart, you know, it's really finding out who you are based on how you're feeling at the time, and what kind of person does that make you? How does it make you walk? How does it make you talk to people? How does it make you treat people?
Great questions. Ajani, thank you for that. So thank you for going through that with us. Thank you for your honesty and your openness about what you do and the difference that you make to these young Black boys and young Black men.
Thank you.
And yeah, your details are going to be on our site. So like I said before, for anyone who that conversation resonates with, please reach out to Ajani and the team of Brunch Brothers. They're doing some great work, some great stuff. So don't cover it up. Don't hide it. Don't pretend like it never happened.
Talk to your kids. Talk to your kids. Like, talk to your kids. Please. If someone robbed you on the street one day, tell your child. If someone touched you somewhere that they're not supposed to, please talk to your kids, man. Because there are things that I've had to just accept that I'm not going to get an explanation, because these people have gone through trauma and they don't have the capacity to even begin to have a conversation. And that made life harder for us who want to have these conversations more freely. So I definitely say talk to your kids. And also, 29th of December, we're having an event called Oh What a Year. It's a Brunch Brothers event. It's open to men and women. It's virtual. It'll be announced over the weekend. So again, hit me up on Instagram, because we will be delving even deeper into more of those things. But that's a big message. Talk to your kids. Doesn't matter how tough it is, how difficult it is. Talk to your kids, because if you talk to them, the likelihood that they'll talk to you does increase.
Yeah, that's great stuff. Well, thank you very much, Ajani. Great to have you on. I look forward to you're doing something on the 19th of December.
29th of December.
Okay, cool. Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, great to have you on. Keep doing the good work. God bless. And yeah, well done. Thank you. Keep on going.
Thank you so much. And thank you to all of the viewers, watching. Thanks for the questions and the comments. It really does mean the world. Thanks for bearing with my mom. God bless her.
And yeah, thank you to mommy as well. Thank you to mommy. That is a proper African parent. Just come barging in. You need to do this. I love it. I love it. I love it.
Oh, gotta love her. Gotta love her.
Well, tell her we said hello. Tell her we said it was great having her on as well. Thank you very much.
I will, no doubt. No doubt. Thank you so much for everything. Have a wonderful rest of the session. And thanks again to the viewers at home. Take care, everyone.
Awesome. See you later.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
That was a great conversation. Very, very necessary. Very, very important. And like I said, if that resonates, please reach out. Vulnerability is a real power. Vulnerability is not a weakness. Being able to acknowledge what you've been through, acknowledge your past hurt, acknowledge past pain, acknowledging it, and even your view of how you think people will view you or view what's happened to you in the past, acknowledging that gives you real power. Covering it up robs you of power and puts a big chip on your shoulder, probably at both shoulders. So it's important to deal with it, and that's what Ajani and his team do. So moving on to so Samuel Ade has agreed to come back. I'm bringing him back very, very shortly, just for some more nuggets from this serial entrepreneur who's had a really busy week, a really busy last 5 days, a busy day today, and has given us more of his time. And we're doing this because one of our speakers has had problems in connecting. So Samuel has just very, very kindly given us more of his time. So if you have questions, maybe you want to start your own business, or maybe you're looking at COVID and the lockdown, there could be another lockdown and there's the financial worries, and you're thinking, but how can I get started? Ask questions. This guy runs multiple businesses and has done it very, very well. Like earlier, he spoke about how they raised 1.3 million pounds for a project. So he also knows how to raise money. So if you've got questions, this is your chance. So just bringing Samuel back.
Thanks for having me back.
Thank you.
That was hilarious, by the way. I caught Cass's last part of his conversation, having the mum come in. I was just in the backstage, man. Yeah, enjoying that very much. That was hilarious, man.
That was good,
Cass is
man.
a great guy.
And plus, he did it. He was a good boy. He did a good boy. Yeah, but he just did it. He just took it.
He's a great guy, man.
Right?
He's a great guy to know. So
we've all been there. Awesome. Now, thank you for coming back on.
No
I mean,
worries.
so, I know that earlier you spoke about creativity, and what even from speaking with you, speaking with Ajani, so Cass right now, and then with some of the guys that are coming on after you, I'm thinking about doing a creativity panel, maybe like a 1,000 Black Boys creativity session, where young Black boys, young Black men that are creatives come together in a huddle and they get wisdom from you guys. And then also that there'll be actual practical steps that they take. So not just that they've heard stuff, but it's like, oh, that's really good. And then they write it like in their notepad, and then they've got like a really smart notepad that they don't ever use. But actually, as a part of that session, they have to action something within the session.
That sounds great. Yeah, no, I'm happy to participate in that. Let me know more details about it. And if I have time, I'm definitely contribute to that conversation. I'm passionate about young people. I'm passionate about especially young Black men rising up and, fulfilling purpose and destiny. So that's essentially why I'm committed to investing time despite my schedule. I made sure that I'm going to be here because I'm speaking to the people that I believe I'm called to. Do you know what I mean? I believe I'm called to young Black men to help them walk in identity and purpose. And essentially, that's why I'm here today, giving up my time because I believe in the future of young men.
Perfect. And for those of you that are out there, did you hear that? That's why we're here. We're here to make a difference. Like, we're absolutely here to make a difference. If you've heard anything contrary to your potential being anything but incredible, you can ignore it. We are proof. You don't have to listen to that. We are very, very good at what we do. We are some of the leading people in terms of what we do in terms of Europe and globally with what we do. So if we can do it, you can do it too. So I want that to come across. I want that to land with you. If there's something that you're passionate about, something that you are, it's just like a real desire. Like, I'd love to do that.
Yeah,
so
of course. Yeah.
Go for it.
And there's a real need for it. I think that more so than anything else, there's a need for it, right? Because there's so many people that have, desires and hopes and dreams and plans of doing things in the future, but they never action it or they never take that first step. So where they have a meeting where they can dedicate or commit to actually actioning something is vital. Do you know what I mean? I think that's great. And it'll be great to do it in person if possible. Do you know what I mean? Hopefully, we're able to get out of this COVID situation to where we can start meeting in person and really offering real value to the young men that you have here.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Yeah, we'd love to do that. We'd love to do like a physical event, an actual physical workshop where we can go into detail. And you're right. Even though we're doing this online, we're doing this through social, through one of our platforms, nothing beats the physical human interaction. That's real life. That's real life. So let me ask you about this. So earlier you spoke about the 4 C's.
Yeah.
And then so competent, consistent, community, and then you spoke about character.
Yeah.
And I'm highlighting this because there's a thread. There's a thread in what you said, what Dave said earlier, what Janice just said now, what Samuel, the other Samuel, and Trey said earlier. There's a consistent theme. Talk a bit more about the importance of character.
Okay. It's interesting because I definitely went in depth in the session we had today, because I talked about the 4 C's as well. And one thing that I've identified, especially about young people of today, is we neglect the importance of character. Character is absolutely vital. Do you know what I mean? Like, integrity is vital. Do you know what I mean? Because people do business with people. If you're not someone who's trustworthy, if you're not someone who has character, you're not going to get very far in life or in business. Do you understand? So character is fundamental.
Yeah.
You only do relationships with people that you trust. Because again, like I said, people care what you say and your ability to follow through. And what your ability to follow through and deliver is based on your character and your integrity.
Exactly.
And how trustworthy you are. So the reality is that, like, I could easily reached out to Ade and said, you know what, guy, like, bro, I'm tired. Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm going to give this a go. But I honor Ade enough to say, you know what, as a result of the commitment I've made to him, I'm going to see it through. And we need to be people of character. We need to be people that commit to the word and see it through. Do you know what I mean? That we're consistently delivering on what we say we're going to do, even from the small things to the big things. Do you know what I mean? I say about 80% of the things I commit to, I follow through on, I deliver on. And I'm known to be that kind of person. If I say I'm going to do something, I do it. Do you know what I mean? I don't waste time. And that's important. And that comes from a place of character.
And the thing as well is, so Edmund earlier, so I want you to also, so my role here is just to bring things together and to add things that should really be resonating with people that are listening or those that watch this later on. So earlier, Edmund, essentially our second speaker, or the second section, our third speaker, this guy, Edmund's super busy, is in transit, and he still made time to keep his word, to be on the session. And he sat on a stair somewhere outside in London to still deliver the session. Yeah. And Samuel was saying the same thing about how you said it earlier is people look at what you say and your ability to deliver on what you say.
Yeah.
That's really, really important. It's vital. Yeah. So what I hear from that is, don't be given by your feelings or like, I feel tired. I don't feel like it. I feel bored. No. Follow through.
Yeah. And you're respected for it. Do you know what I mean? People respect someone that follows through. Do you know what I mean? I think one thing I was also saying in a session earlier is that what separates the boys from the men is execution. The moment you execute, do you know what I mean? You already set yourself apart. If you execute well, you put yourself in a league of your own. Do you know what I mean? So the reality is just execute. Like, execute and execute well. Do you know what I mean? That should be your intention in everything you do. Do you know what I mean? To execute and to see through what you said you're going to do.
That's brilliant. So I'm taking notes as well. And let's do so. I've got some questions. There's a question from Joe that I'm going to bring up. And do you know what? A great point by DJ Master P. For those of you that are watching this, let's get some more likes on the video, because there's some absolute gems that are being dropped here today. Absolute gems.
Yeah.
And it's the kind of thing that you can definitely play back. So for those, do you know there's going to be, I'm going to say it. So some people were approaching the end of the year and they're going to be filled with dread. Like, oh, another year's gone. I feel really, really bad. Oh, it's a new year next week or new year next month, whenever it is. Watch this to inspire yourself. Watch this to inspire yourself and to get practical tools that you can action. 2. And 3, contacts.
Yeah.
So inspire yourself, practical tools and contacts. So if we and the speakers that have been on today are delivering that value, please, let's have some more likes. Let's have some more comments, some more heart shapes, and just share it with people. Like, you see our heart, we definitely want to make a difference. So please, So I want just to say that. Thank you, Mr. P, for saying that. Makes a huge difference. And so just this question. So question from Joe. So I'm trying to build an online, a new online video editing brand, and some key steps. So just basically key steps to advice. So the key things that someone like him as a creative should do to build his brand.
I would say definitely have a strategy in place. Do you know what I mean? It's important that you have a strategy, especially coming into 2021. Do you know what I mean? In as much as it's difficult to navigate the climate we're in because things are so up in the air, definitely have a strategy. Do you know what I mean? So if you haven't done a business model canvas, if you haven't done, do you know what I mean? And business model canvas is essentially, in a nutshell, a very concise version of a business plan. Do you know what I mean? So it really gives you the opportunity to work through various aspects of your business. Do you know what I mean? You can work out
Where did you get that from?
So if you just type in business model canvas,
Okay.
strategizer do a really good one. So essentially, yeah, just do like, you know, and it's a stripped back version of a business plan. Do you know what I mean? Like I've known people that have launched businesses just off the back of doing a business model canvas. Do you know what I mean? The reality is that most investors, all they look at is an investment deck. Do you know what I mean? They don't really look at business plans. So you're going to want to do a strategy for your business and have, you know, certain things in place that enables you to know how you can scale what you're trying to build. Have great people on board. You said you're trying to build an editing, so make sure that you're competent in editing as well. I'm pretty sure you are. You wouldn't be trying to get into it, but essentially try to recruit people or get people that are able to cover the aspects you're weak in, whether that be in admin work, whether that be in, you know, accounting, whether that be, you know, in various aspects of business, because essentially the reality is you can't build a business around you. Do you know what I mean? You need to build a business around a purpose that is bigger than yourself. So I would say, yeah, definitely get people on board as soon as possible that can essentially provide value in the areas that you lack. And I would say do a SWOT analysis. Do strengths, weakness, opportunities, and threats. Assess what your strengths are. Assess what your weaknesses are. Assess what the opportunities are available to you. And assess what your threats, your potential threats are. You know, so do, yeah, a broad understanding and perspective of your business. And then just kind of, yeah, work out strategies to kind of grow in 2021. You know, what the beautiful thing about video editing is that if you do great work for people, trust me, it's a skill that's constantly needed. So your word will travel. Do you know what I mean? People will refer you to others and you'll get work before you know it. So yeah, just be consistent in doing what you're doing, but essentially, you know, have a strategy for growing what you're doing.
Brilliant. And yeah, again, so the theme for this is close the year out in style. And the things that Samuel just said there, those points are points that you can utilize to close the year out in style. So if you've had a challenging year in terms of your business, or maybe you've been made redundant, or you've lost a role, and you're thinking, oh man, the year's nearly done. Like, what am I going to do next year? Exactly that. So, and you've got a passion for something. So if you haven't identified what your passion is, what you're passionate about, and then do a business model canvas around that, you can Google it to bring that out.
Yeah.
And look at a strategy, and then look at who are the great people that I can bring around me, and then do a SWOT analysis.
Yeah.
So there you go. So that's already having you close 2020 out in style.
Definitely. And for those that are struggling, because not everyone has a key understanding of what they're passionate about, I would say to the people that are seriously struggling with passion or struggling to identify what to do, I would say follow your curiosity. If you follow your curiosity, it'll lead you to your passion. And if you follow your passion, it will lead you to your purpose. You know, that's the way that I try to encapsulate everything. Do you know what I mean? Follow your curiosity.
If you follow your curiosity, leads you to your passion.
If you follow your passion, it will lead you to your purpose.
We like that one. Can we get that up? Curiosity, passion, purpose. Love it. Love it.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Anything more you want to say, Samuel? Anything more that you want to leave us with? And people that are listening, or people that watch that?
Yeah, I would say, you know, just really plug into networks like 1,000 Black Men. You know, I'm pretty sure, you know, they're committed to offering value to you guys.
Black boys. But yeah, that's
Black Men. So yeah, 1,000 Black boys. I'm so used to 56 Black men that whenever it comes to anything Black, I always say Black men. So 1,000 Black boys, do plug into their network and connect. Do you know what I mean? Build relationships around people and love on people. Do you know what I mean? I think the key to anything that we do in life is people. You know, the people around you are the most valuable resource you have in this life. So love people, connect with people, and value the relationships that you develop. Do you know what I mean? I'll definitely say that. You know, so plug into great networks like 1,000 Black Boys, you know, and continue to build a community around what you're doing and around yourself. Do you know what I mean? I want to see you guys thrive. I want to see you in years to come and say, wow, Sam, I caught you on, you know, on 1,000 Black Boys going out in style. And since then I'm running, you know, successful business in this, that, and the other. I want to see you hit 5,000. I want to see you hit, you know, 5 figures, 6 figures, 7 figures. Do you know what I mean? I want to see you excel. I'm committed to seeing young Black men excel and young Black people excel. So I want to see you thrive in whatever you're doing. And I want you to build a community that will enable you to do so. So make sure you stay plugged into community.
Awesome. Awesome. Well, thank you once again for coming back on.
Nice.
Much appreciated. And literally all the best with the things that you're doing.
Thank you.
I know that it will be a success. That's the reason why I kind of caught myself, because I know that it's going to be a success. So look forward to collaborating with you. Look forward to supporting your vision and what you guys are doing.
Yeah.
And look forward to seeing you making even more of a difference.
No worries. No worries. Thank you for having me, man. Take
My
care,
pleasure.
guys. Have a good
See you later. Bye-bye. Right. So another, so great to have Summer come back again. So some more great, useful, powerful tips. So I've taken lots of notes. So before we go into our next session, so we're running 5 minutes early, which is good. And I've also asked Trey to come back. So Trey's going to be finishing the last session with us in combination with the team from London Rebels. And we're going to literally like do the last session. And after this part, we're going to just literally close off or close the year off in style. We're going to do the last 20 minutes to summarize parts of the day, parts of what we've done in 2020, and just give you some really powerful, inspiring things to finish the year with. So some key things, right? Before Trey comes back on. Is he? Yep, is in the back of the studio. So literally, so from Trey's conversation, he spoke about being thoroughly used up, like thoroughly used up, and not leaving things till, yeah, I'll do it tomorrow. Or even for some people, there's some things that you want to action, and maybe you're saying to yourself, I'll start it in January. Don't do that. Look for how can you start it today? Even if you take one action to that today, take one action with that vision or the thing that you want to start next year. By taking that one action, you've kicked it off. It's begun. It started. Someone once said that the best way to start is to begin. It sounds so simple, but quite often people start something next year or they start something tomorrow. Get a move on. Do it now. I'll get him to talk more about this when he comes on really briefly, but spoke about his brother passing this year and just how that had an impact on him. And at the point where his brother, literally on one side, there was a passport for him to travel to the US to go and shoot the music video and the ideas that he had. And then on this side, he's gone. So how he's been able to leverage that. So Trey's been able to leverage that and the great things that he's now doing. He called it pain juice. And what I say that he kind of also put together is, so I say, if you're still breathing, you are still in the game. So keep playing. And he said, sometimes the game can be brutal. Sometimes it can be challenging. It can be difficult. And what I'm also going to say to you is, if you have a life and there's no challenges, then you're probably not alive. So the challenges come with the territory. It's like somebody who wants to be in shape but doesn't want to work out, or somebody who wants to run a business but doesn't want to do the work. It doesn't work that way. Or somebody that wants to cook and eat food. So somebody wants to eat food, but they don't want to cook, or they don't want to go and buy it. It doesn't work in that way. The design of this thing that we know as life is that there will come challenges. But a great thing that you have, and you've been hearing today, is use those challenges as the ingredients for this amazing stew that you make called purpose and called life. So I'm going to bring Trey back Where is Aries? Hi there, Trey. Welcome back.
Hey, we're trying to do some business. Hey, how's it going?
Yeah, it's going really, really well. Going really well.
I know.
I'm just literally essentially wrapping things up, and we are hoping to have the LD and RBS team join us as well. If they're having problems connecting, we can have a conversation to really bring it home. I'm just going through the main speakers from today and highlighting the really key things in what they said and the really powerful things for people to grab a hold of and to use so you close the year out in style. I don't want you to drag 2020 around with you like a bad smell. I don't want you to carry the lockdown, the COVID news, all of that, the challenges. Don't drag it around with you like a bad smell. So what we're doing right now is really empowering you to close off the year in style. So earlier, Trey, you spoke about pain juice. So I'm going to go through the different speakers, and if anything jumps out at you, feel free to let me know, and then we can discuss it further. And then something from Samuel Lewis earlier. He said, "The world needs you just as you are." Like just as you are. And that was also a consistent thing with what the other Samuel said. So Samuel Ade in his conversation about creativity.
Let me just jump in there. What I love about that is I think some people think that people are born with talent and some people are not. Now, it's true that some people probably have a certain level of talent in some way, shape, form. But I think every single person is born with something. And I think the trick is to discover what that something is. Yeah, okay, Beyonce might be an amazing singer, but there's someone listening to this that's probably going to sing her under the table, or maybe they're going to be, the next big violinist, or God knows. I think it's really go out and discover what your talent is. And with technology now, I almost envy younger people right now. You can almost do everything.
Yeah.
My days as a musician, I needed a big studio. If you didn't have money, forget about it. Now, the smallest little device in your hand, you can actually make a track and then upload it and not even worry about the record labels or anything. So I think it's really is to discover your talent. And something you said earlier about, what's been going on this year, it's like, you've got to surround yourself with people who are positive, man. Like, I think a good tip is get away from negative people. Like, create an environment, a human environment, a physical environment, a space that pulls for you discovering your talent. And it's got to be people who are positive. They've got to be glass half full type people, and there's so many great things about the lockdown because there's so much, what you're doing, there's online seminars, there's courses that are free.
Yeah.
My God, if I was young right now, I literally would be just filling my head with knowledge right now, like finding my tribe and then literally discovering what is my talent. And the trick is to not focus on anybody else or what's come before. Just discover what your unique talent and gift is. Because I really believe that everyone's born with a unique gift. Everybody. But most people just don't find it in their lifetime.
That's really brilliant. So do you know what? So let's just flow with the conversations. For those that are out there, one of the things that I look at, so the most important thing that you have as a human being is your perception. Because how you perceive something will determine the actions that you take. And I'm going somewhere with this. So let's say if you look outside and it's raining outside, you see that it's raining outside, you're naturally going to dress in a certain way before leaving the house. So that perception of outside determines the clothes that you wear, the actions that you take. Similarly, look outside and it looks really sunny. It looks really hot. You will then get dressed in a way that it's really hot outside. But then you could get outside and it's really, really cold. But that perception determines your action. And the 5 things I know that impacts perception. So one is past experience. So your past experience impacts your perception. It impacts how you view the world. If you've grown up in an environment, maybe you grew up in a house where money was always scarce, or you'd always go to the supermarket and you buy the shop sale brands because that's what you could afford. As you grow up, that perception about money shapes your view of money and shapes the actions that you take. So past experience is huge. That's number one. The second thing that Trey just spoke about right now is, and Trey spoke about it. Samuel spoke about it. Ajani spoke about it. Dave McQueen spoke about it. Is people, the people that are around you. It's huge.
It's huge. It's almost, I would almost say it's everything when you're younger. I think when you get a bit older, you kind of learn to, I mean, I think your friendship group kind of smaller, you become more discerning. You're not as bothered about the opinions of others. But I think when you're young, that sort of your peer group and their peer pressure is massive. And there are so many people who throw away their gifts and talent because of the people around them. You know, they're either bothered about impressing people or they don't want to, you know, miss out. They want to be cool. You know, I look back and think, who were the cool people when I was 20? Do I even care? But at the time, it kind of felt like it was everything. But if I had the foresight to, you know, to go back now and be able to whisper to my younger self, I'd be like, do your thing. Don't worry about what the crowd is doing. Do your thing, because the people you're around will dictate your future or rob you of your future. And I think, you know, the most important thing we have as human beings actually is time, isn't it, really? We've only got so much time. You know, you're not going to go back and get yesterday. You know, all you've got is today. And the people around you will help you maximize your today. And the wrong people around you will just waste your day, your week, your year, and it'll just fly by. You know, so really key, your people, environment, everything.
I'm just writing this out.
And you consume online as well. When I say people, environment, not just your immediate friends. I mean, I won't follow certain people on social media. Like literally, I like people who are really inspiring, people who are spiritually inspiring, or they're up to something, or they just make me feel good, or they make me laugh. But I won't follow people who kind of, you know, bring me down in some ways. And I know we're all responsible for how we feel, but there are certain things, which is the same reason why I don't watch the news. If you bombard yourself with the news and all this negativity, no matter how resilient you are, it's going to filter through you in some way, shape, form. So I just avoid it. You know, online, you want to really just avoid people that bring you down. And you may not even notice it's subtle, but you might start comparing yourself to people. Those are the people to unfollow quickly. Follow people that inspire you.
Totally. I'm basically typing this out for people that are looking at this part. So yeah, so the people part. So the thing about mentors and coaches, it's really important. It's massively important. It's the same way where I remember when I first launched my company, when I first launched Get Hench back in the days, I used to have this thing about, I don't want to have a mentor because I want to do it by myself. So when I'm successful, I get to claim all the credit for myself. It's an immature way of looking at the world. It's a very immature way of looking at life, that you don't want to have mentors or coaches. It doesn't make any sense. It does not make any sense. So people is a key part of that. So have people around you that will feed that. Have the mentors, have the coaches, people that will challenge you. Something that, who said it earlier? Dave said it. And I know you agree with this as well. People that will tell you the truth.
God, yeah.
So that is. It's massively important. So not just people that will say things that you want to hear, that will confirm how you feel and confirm that you're right. People that say to you, hey, dude, no, you're wrong with that one. Yeah, and I think you've missed it there. It's really important that you have people like that around you. I remember when I used to...
Oh, that is really, really gold, because it's easy to kind of have, you know, the yes people around you, but they're going to keep you small for a very long time. And some people know they're doing it and it keeps you small. But the people that challenge you, that have you grow, they are everything. See, because ultimately that, and then what you said before about having mentors and coaches, what it does is it short circuits the time it takes to get to where you're going. You know, yeah, you want to do it by yourself, but it's going to take you a long time. I want to learn from a mentor or coach, maybe who's had that mistake before, or they have the skill set to have me avoid making a lot of those mistakes. You know, you want to minimize your mistakes. Of course, make mistakes because you'll learn, but minimize time wasting that mistakes take up, you know. And having people tell you as it is, the truth, is everything. And too many people are surrounded by people who just blow smoke up the proverbials, you know. They're surrounded by that. And it feels good because everyone's kind of like, you know, yes to everything you say. And it might feel good in the moment, but those people are holding you back. You know, I want, you know, as a musician, some people say that's rubbish what you've done. Or Trey, that's a waste of time. Or Trey, why are you doing it that way? Obviously, it's constructive. You don't want the flip side of that, of people are always trying to bring you down. You've got to trust these friends around you that they are there for your own good, which is why you have a mentor and a coach, because these people want you to win. You have to have people around you that want you to win, and you must in turn want them to win. It's not about you. It's so not about you. Anyone that thinks life is about them, you've lost. You've lost the meaning of life.
That's a really good point. So it's that balance. So people that you know, they love you, they've got your back, and they'll speak the truth with love. Like some people, Trey touched on it. So by the way, people that are listening, the LDNRBS team are having problems logging on, or they're not able to join us. So by the looks of it, we'll just keep on sharing the wisdom and the things that we have to share. We'll tie it in with the sessions and people that have spoken, so you can really have some powerful nuggets for you to take with you. And what I'm also going to say as well is, then I'm going to summarize it literally for the last 20 minutes or so of today's session. So make use of this. If you have questions or things that you want to contribute, please let us know. Put it into the chat, and we'll basically pin it up. So people, very, very important. And the third thing, so this is what shapes your perception. What shapes your perception? I call it future expectation. You call it your goals, your dreams. It ties into one of the quotes, because I love quotes. All behind me right now is just quotes, right? So the future expectation is so important. It's massively important. So be clear on your goals. Be clear on what the future looks like for you. Dave McQueen called it, define what success looks like for you. It's important. It gets you out of bed. It also ties in with, Mr. P asked a question earlier about, he asked Dave, what's your why? I call it a personal vision, right? I know Trey calls it a context, still also a personal vision, but it's the thing that really pulls us forward. When we don't feel like doing stuff, we still do stuff because of what we're up to, because of our future expectation, because of our goals and our dreams. Your feelings and your thoughts are not the most reliable things to go by, because feelings are very unreliable.
Yeah, I would actually say they're the most unreliable things. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'll say they're the most unreliable things to go by. If you live life going just by your feelings and your thoughts, you're definitely going to lose. You know, that conviction, purpose, that why. It's a bit like kind of getting into a car and putting the sat nav in and pressing go. Like, you're going to get to where you're going. But if you don't do that, you're kind of going on a whim. You're going to stop for this, go down this wrong road, do that. You have to have that real, like, literally the sat nav. This is where I'm going, and then have the discipline to go there no matter what. And that's where your feelings will be off track. It's a bit like, you know, I'm going to lose X amount of pounds and go gym. Of course, when you wake up in the middle of winter and it's freezing and dark, your feelings are going to say, no, I can't be bothered, it's cold. That's where you have to have a very strong why, a very strong purpose, a conviction, and a willingness to see it through no matter how hard it is. That's what's going to have you achieve your goals.
Brilliant. And then that also definitely ties in with character. So did you, Mr. P, has got that hair. So it ties in with that character part. So when the character's in place, you deliver on it whether or not you feel like it. Going whether or not you feel like it. People call it discipline. Okay, cool, fine. But you keep going whether or not you feel like it. It's so powerful. It's so powerful. So over the lockdown, so I would regularly go to the gym, less like 3-4 days a week before the lockdown. And then over the lockdown, gyms were closed. And my personal trainer started to do sessions online. Do you know, over that lockdown until now, I've lost 4.5 stones. Okay, so I've also lost muscle, fine. But I'm doing sessions at home, I'm doing HIIT sessions, and it's just coming off. There's some days where I'm just like, oh, I'm tired. I don't feel like it. But I get to look at, well, my goal is I'm going for this target. So let's go. If you can do something when you don't feel like it, but it's consistent with your goals and your dreams, that's real power. Now, I say that's inspiration. It's not motivation. It's different. Motivation is along the lines of feelings, how you feel. But inspiration is something that you deliver on whether or not you feel like it. Having clarity on your future expectations and your goals pulls you into the realm of inspiration. Okay. Trey, anything you want to say about that before I move on to the next one?
Yeah, no, exactly. And I think, you know, and that's why things like having you know, I use something like a vision board, for instance. I always have that in terms of health or the kind of life I want. And it's that being inspired. I guess it's also being motivated, because if you've got, you know, a vision or an image of, for instance, you go in gym and of how you want to look, it's actually really important. It does inspire and motivate you. Do you know what I mean? You're not going to go to the fridge and eat that cake and you look at your vision board and like, that body probably wasn't sculpted using cake. So there is something about using that, but you're right. It's just that it's being inspired. And again, it comes back to your environment. And it comes around to the people around you. You know, if the people around you are there, obviously you're surrounded by coaches and powerful people. That's going to keep you steadfast in where you want to be. But if people are like, nah, dude, let's just go clubbing, or, well, you can't go clubbing anymore, but, you know, let's go to the pub, or let's go this, or let's go and have some cake. Before you know it, your goal's gone, you know? So again, that having that environment that's pulling for you to win is important, because we're only human beings and it's easy to get distracted. The bad things are often so much easier to do than good. You know, it takes something to achieve something, and it's not as easy as just, I'll give up and just live life, you know, on a whim, you know? So it's really important.
Just check. Is Trey's line okay now? Because Did you must be saying that your line was a bit rough, but I think it's better now. I lost 4.5 stones over the lockdown, and I'm just encouraging people that are out there. I'm encouraging you. I'm really encouraging you that I get that there's challenges. I get that 2020 has been difficult. I get it. I've experienced it. I launched a new business at this time. Can you imagine that? But it's just, there's a place to go to where you deliver on your commitments regardless of stuff. You still keep going. And I'm going through these 5 points with you in terms of perception and also attitude and mindset, so you can go and use it. And my point number 4 is your environment. So environment is really very, very important. So environment could be your physical environment, like where you physically live. So for my physical environment, I've got certificates around me. I've got quotes around me. It's really very deliberate. So all along here. And I'm going to share some quotes with you as we finish. The reason why I do that is sometimes I might need to deliver. So planning for this 1,000 Black Boys, wants to get some really great speakers on. And there'll be some days where I'm just like, oh, I've got lots on. Oh, I need to run my other company as well. Oh, I've got a fitness session. Oh, I need to go and do this. Like, there's just things to get done. Having those kind of cues around me, it prompts me. It reminds me, this is what you're up to. You can't indulge in your feelings. This is what you're up to. This is what you're up to. So that's my environment. I put things in my environment that inspire me. I put things in my environment that catch my attention and have me do the things that I want to do rather than how I feel, right? It's really very important. Your environment, that's one part of it. And then there's also the environment. It could be the place where you live. It could be the wider environment around you. It has an impact on your attitude. It has an impact on your perception. So do things that reinforce, I use the word positivity, but reinforce the inspiration that you want. Maybe you might need to move out the ends. Maybe you might need to. Or if you can't, then you limit that exposure to you. You do it in smaller doses, and you put more things in your physical environment that inspire you. So just because I don't want it to be a case of, yeah, but I live in the ends and I can't move out, so I'm stuck. No, you're not.
And the thing about that as well is you want to focus on the things that you can impact.
Exactly.
Not the things you can't. So you're in the ends, you can't move up, fine. That's tricky for most people, right? You can't do nothing about that. But focus on the things you can do. So you can limit your time being out, not doing stuff. You can make sure that you've got time for learning, going on YouTube and studying your craft, whatever it is you want to do. That's the thing you can. And it's very important, especially in challenging times, deal with the stuff you can, which is why I do limit my exposure to the news. There's nothing I can do about what's going on in this world with COVID. Nothing I can do with the year I've just had with my brother's death. There's literally nothing I can do. I can't bring him back. I can't undo COVID. But I can use the time that I have to actually make a difference, to impact myself, to grow as a person, to contribute, like, you know, coming on with you. That's stuff that I can do. So I'm going to focus on the things that I can and kind of just limit the things that I can't. Be aware of it, but just limit, not pay it too much mind.
Awesome. Thank you. Well said, Trey. And then the last part, this is what I say. And when I look at the other speakers as well, from what Edmund spoke about, from what Dave spoke about, from what Samuel's spoken about, Ajani, and even the things that we're discussing right now, it's about Trey just spoke about it, information that you expose yourself to. So similarly, I don't watch the news. For those of you that are out there, let us know if you watch the news. Trey doesn't watch the news. People that I coach them and advise them, don't watch the news. If you need to catch up on the news, dip in and dip out.
Yeah, be aware of it. Yeah.
Yeah.
But let it shape your reality.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Check it out online if you have to, so you can dip in, you can dip out. But to have it on there constantly behind you, washing over you, shaping your perception, I don't advise it because it impacts you.
Especially if you only do it with one perspective of the news. I mean, if you're going to make sure you take a balanced news, looking at all different levels of the news, right, the left, right, and you're getting a real view of what's going on, it's fine. But some people tend to get their news from just one space or one political viewpoint, or one slant, and the news isn't truth. And the reason why I don't like the news is because obviously, I mean, for a lot of news organizations, I mean, they're dying a death. And there is something about negativity that does sell because it kind of touches humans at their core. Fear is probably one of the most powerful, emotions that human beings have. And so news tends to pull at the kind of fear centers of human beings because fear sells, right? That's why we get on a roller coaster. So that's even more reason to switch it off because I know they're just going to peddle fear. They may not even mean to, but it is. Or COVID, the numbers, this. Once COVID is done, then what? Brexit. Oh my God. Then what? Then it's the economy. Then it's this. I'm like, nah. There are some amazing things happening in this world every single day, and I'd rather seek that out than consume the nonsense. And I look at it the same way where you'd look at healthy eating. Everyone kind of knows not to consume crap food. For want of a better word. You know what to eat. Your greens. Your leafy veg, all that sort of stuff. So it's the same thing of what you consume mentally. I want to only consume stuff that's going to have me grow, that's good for me, that's good for my mindset, that's positive. It's the same thing because what you put in is what you're going to get out.
Awesome. And just let me ask this question, then I want to definitely thank you for being on. It's been a rule, it's really great having you and people like you around. I thank you for supporting what we're doing here. So there's a question from Joe. How do you help son who loves online games? How to encourage him? Any tips from you, Trey?
I'll say to that, and I grew up in this strict Nigerian family where everything was about studying your book, and any games that we had were broken. I remember that. I think the trick is to let him play his games and give him a certain amount of time that he does that. And then I think the other thing is to cultivate a reward thing. So for instance, you might say, right, I want you to study something, for instance. It might be something online, right? And you're going to test him, or if you can do this chore around the house, that chore around the house. Have it be a balance, but definitely don't overly restrict it. Just have a time, right? You got an hour, knock yourself out, play your games, because there is something creative I think about. I mean, I'm not really one for video games and online games, but sometimes there is something about the games that's quite creative as you think. You're solving puzzles or you're playing FIFA. There is something that you're learning, even if it's just an enjoyment. I mean, God knows in this troubling times, people need an entertainment outlet. Nothing wrong with it. The trick is how long. I don't know. Is it Joe? How long Joe's son is doing that activity, because you have to have balance. And I think there's an opportunity in this lockdown. Again, me and you, Ade, are the same. We look for the gold, in the bad times. And there is something about the lockdown that gives you an opportunity of time to study stuff. So many institutions have thrown open their doors and made a lot of their resources free. So if he loves being online, have him also be online and study something. But I think the thing is, find what he likes. What's his passion? Do you know what I mean? I mean, maybe someone loves games and maybe they want to get into coding and they don't even know they want to get into coding. I think the trick is to discover what's your son's passion, So, and either intertwine that into what he's doing, or if he can't, then limit the amount of time on the games and make sure there's studying the rest of the stuff going on. That's what I would do.
Yeah, so just on that point, Joe, so it's you need to be that person to your son that tells him the truth in love. So have a very honest conversation with him, because that action, if it's not controlled or done with discipline, will have a consequence. So if that continues for, let's say, for say 5-6 years, in 10 years' time, what does that look like for him? In 15 years' time, what does that look like for him? In 20 years' time, what does that look like for him? So get him to see that there is a consequence for these actions. There just is. It's just how it's designed. If you drive too fast, you're going to crash. If you eat too much, you're going to put on weight. Just if you overdo something, there's a consequence. So have that honest conversation with your son. That's the first basis. So like really connect with him. And if he's playing computer games all the time, there's probably something that he's avoiding. There's a sense of escapism there, not being able to deal with reality and what's really going on. So find out like, what's happened, son? What's going on? Why are you hiding yourself away in this virtual world? So it's all inside of a very powerful conversation. What I know is that anything can shift in conversation. An honest conversation can shift the hardest things. So have that with your son. So I hope that helps.
I'm going to throw another thing in as well, because we don't have much context necessarily in this question. We don't know the son's age, etc. But I mean, one thing I always look at is, can you monetize something you love? So we don't know his age, right? But imagine, I don't know, he's between 10 or something older. Because I once worked for the BBC and I was a tester for new games. And it might be, if he's really passionate about online, maybe that might be a career basis. There's a lot of things that someone can do in that space. You know, they become a tester or maybe a designer of games. Like I said earlier, maybe they can get into coding. It might be a way of, you know, I love playing games, and what if I could do that for him? That might be a road to go down on, because we don't have enough context to know whether it's a huge problem, whether it's just time, or whether he loves playing games and doesn't want to do anything else with his life. So it's worth, again, it goes back to what we're saying. It's about discovering someone's why and helping them see it. What's his purpose? What does he want to do? Does he love games? Can you monetize it? Because I really believe in monetizing what you love. And I think in this modern world, you can monetize what you love. It doesn't have to be detrimental that someone does a lot of something if they can learn to monetize it. I'm sure, you know, a lot of those people that were coding 10, 15 years ago and, you know, obsessed with coding, locked themselves in their rooms. Those coding activities became Facebook and Google, you know. So it's about harnessing that talent, because you never know it can go somewhere. But if it's truly just a problem and he's not doing other things, then it's about limiting the amount of time. But you've got to do it, like you said, Adi, and you've got to get in his world with his agreement. But obviously you're a parent, you know, so you've got to find that balance.
Brilliant. Brilliant. Well, Trey, thank you for that. So great to really have you on. Much appreciated. I know we're on a session again tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah.
But yeah, just in closing, anything that you want to say?
No, I just think it's great. I mean, this is 2 years, hasn't it been for you, 1,000 Black Boys?
Yeah, 2.
Is that right?
April 2018.
Can you hear me, Adi?
I can hear you clearly. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I think.
Well, I'm losing
I
you,
think
Trey.
what's great about it is, like you just said, I mean, I love what you create. You've really, I can hear you. You've taken it up to the next level in a recession. And it's great because you're. Say again?
Keep going.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Yeah, Trey, I can hear you. Go for it. Keep talking.
Okay, one second. I've got the world internet here. I think for me, I think you're just personifying what's possible. You know, like in this troubling time we've been in, you've grown this 1,000 Black Boys platform huge. And I think I just want to acknowledge you for what you do. And you do it tirelessly. I mean, you've been on for what? 4 hours or something straight?
I know.
And you do so many of these months, and you mentor, you make a difference. It's just, dude, it's incredible. I think, you know, for anyone listening, you want to mentor, reach out, speak to Ade and his organization, because there is just nothing better than someone who dedicates so much of their time for free to make a difference. So I just want to acknowledge you, and then everyone that's come on today and they volunteer their time and they make a difference. I'm just glad to be around people that are committed to making a difference in this world, and especially for young Black boys, that Black men like us are standing up and making a difference. So just thank you, man. Thank you for having me on. Always a pleasure.
Brilliant. Trey, thank you very much. Thank you. So all the best, and we're going to connect. So look out for what Trey's up to. All of his social media and his contact information will be on our website. Reach out to this young man, and reach out and find out more about the Music Beats Life project.
Definitely at Trey Lowe.
Oh, we've lost him. You're back.
Music Big Life Initiative. We're just kickstarting that along with some new music as well. So definitely keep a lookout for that. And with that, all proceeds will be going to charity as well. Definitely keep an eye out for that.
Awesome. Well, Troy, thank you very much. Have a great Friday. God bless. Alrighty. So we initially planned to go until 8 p.m. We're gonna finish earlier than that. So I'm gonna share my slides with you. So today's been absolutely phenomenal. So many incredible, amazing, passionate, incredible people, and they've just been sharing themselves with you. Yes, Cheryl Hodge, it's been so informative. Thumbs up, bicep emoji. Totally agree with you on that one. So let me share my screen with you as we wrap this up. And I want to bring it all together for you. So just looking at my other screen on this side. Bear with me. We're nearly there. And the great thing with this as well is you can go back, you can watch this, you can take some notes and use it. Use this stuff. Use the wisdom, use the knowledge. We've had people speak today that would pay a fortune for their time. They would pay a fortune for their time. Personally, I'm one of the leading mindset and leadership coaches in Europe, and I charge a lot for an hour session with me. And I've been with you now for 4 hours, right? Dave McQueen charges a lot for his time. Trey does likewise. Samuel with his businesses, both Samuels, Ajani, Edmund, all of these people, and we've given you our time for just to make a difference to you. So please play this back, watch it, and make use of it. And the organizations that have spoken, you can also reach out for them. And I'm also going to say, spending time and having coaching for some of these organizations is not always going to be free. Don't always ask for stuff for free. In the culture that we have, money signifies commitment. Sometimes you need to invest in those things. My coaches and mentors, some of them I pay for them. So invest in those things because the returns are invaluable. Makes a huge difference. So let me share this screen with you. Let's have a look. Can I? Let's have a look. Is this guy? Yeah. Okay. Cool. Righty. Let's do this one. Cool. Brilliant. So summary. We've done the summary. So Trey and I, we did the summary together. Really, very, very good. And Cheryl just basically said, very informative. So I want to leave you with some quotes. So Ademola loves quotes. They really do inspire me, and I hope that they inspire you too. So I want you to have this with you as you close out 2020, as you look at what's happened, as you look at what's been successful, what's been challenging, and what's been meh. So whichever place it's been, I want to give you some of these things to let you close out the year. I'll also talk you through future dates. We've got dates planned already for 2021. And from what Dave said earlier, so Dave McQueen, we're going to do a session with him for about an hour and a half, or an hour, we'll have him for an hour and a half. And come along with questions. We're going to do that by the end of March. We're going to just create it and make it happen. And I'm also going to thank the team. There's a brilliant team around me that helped me to do this today. I couldn't have done this by myself. It's not possible. If you also have a vision, build a team around you because you need a team. So here are the future dates. I hope you can see that. So our January 1 is the 23rd of Jan, is a Saturday. We'll be from 3:30 again. The theme for that isn't finalized yet, but that's January. That's in the diary. And then we're going to go to March 27th, also a Saturday. That's in the diary. And then we've also got May 29th, also in the diary. So we're planning ahead. We actually have dates for the next 12 months. So up until December next year. And yet again, something that we've created over the lockdown. So we know it's been challenging, but it's allowed us to reach more people. This year, we've reached over 5,000 people. It's over 5,000 people during the lockdown. So if we can do it, you can do it. So 3 quotes for you, right? Are you ready? I know that there's a slight delay. If you're ready, give me some kind of interaction in the chat. Let me know. Are you ready for these quotes? I'll let my my team let me know if they can, if this is like how long I should wait for. So are you ready for the quotes? Give me something. Come on. Come on. Yeah. Okay. That's me. That's not saying, are you ready? Are you ready for the quotes? Okay. But there's a comment here. Let's have a look. Yes. Thumbs up. Amazing. Okay. Here's the first one. Powerful one from Eleanor Roosevelt, political figure, diplomat, and a former first lady, to Franklin Delano Roosevelt from the 1930s. She said, the future belongs to those who believe in the beauty of their dreams. Let that one sink in for a moment. The future belongs to those who believe in the beauty of their dreams. Similarly for you, the future belongs to you when you believe in the beauty of your dreams, not the naysayers, not the obstacles and the challenges, but the beauty of what you stand for, the beauty of that vision that's truly yours. The future belongs to you. So I hope that resonates. Go and use that. I've got this quote up in the bedroom, that the future belongs to those who believe in the beauty of their dreams. So when I wake up or when I'm working in there, I can kind of see, right, this is what I'm up to. That's amazing. So that's one. Another one. Freedom lies in being bold. Right? So while the media and the news will tell you, be afraid of everything, be afraid of everyone, it's all a disaster, it's all bad, it's all over. The things that you want, the dreams that you have, the ideas you've got for 2021, the things that you want to action for 2020, because we're not done yet with 2020. The freedom for you lies in being bold, in your being. The freedom, it lies in being bold. Go for it. We've done this today by being bold. We've had these incredible speakers on today by being bold. We asked them, we engaged them, and then they said yes. Some said no. Okay, but we were free to be who we are, and we're being free right now, sharing our vision with you. So similarly, please do that for yourself. And what I always say, so I'll put this additional quote in there, if you are breathing, you are still in the game. So keep playing. If you are breathing, you're still in the game. So keep playing. So if in the morning your alarm goes off and you take in breath and you breathe out, it means you're still in the game. If you can't wake up naturally without an alarm, but you breathe, it means that you're still in the game. So regardless of what's happened, of what you've dealt with, of what people are saying to you, if you're still breathing, you're still in the game. So keep playing. Keep playing. And then, of course, a big thank you to the team. So there's a team around us that supported us to make this happen. Joanne with the marketing and the emails. Thank you very, very, very much. She's done incredibly well, incredible job. Thank you very, very much. A big thank you as well to Luipa, who does a lot of our admin. She's an incredible virtual assistant who works with us with our social media posts. Amazing. Thank you very, 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 very much. Much appreciated. A big thank you as well to people that are in the core team for sharing this. People like Sylvester, Michael, Vincent, all of you. Thank you very much. Thank you for participating. Thank you for your support. This could not have been done without you. So from Ademola to you guys, a big thank you very, very much. And our team is also growing for next year. We've got at least another 3 people that will at least be joining us by the time we finish this year. So we're ramping up for 2021. It's going to be amazing. And I've got to say this, right? There is this one person who supports me with everything, right? So with the posts on Insta, contacting the speakers, anytime Ademola gets an idea, after I've got the idea, the next person who hears the idea is this person. And then she's gonna be like, okay, so how are we gonna deliver on this idea that he's got? What's gonna happen now? So I seriously could not have done this, can't do this. Even like right now, there's lots of things going on in the background that this person's helped me to coordinate. I've got to say a big thank you to my amazing wife, Pamela. Pamela Adeyeba, how are you doing? I would so love to share, bring her up onto the screen, but she might be like, I don't want to come onto the screen. But wife, Pamela, thank you very, very much. I know you're listening because you're next door watching this. So I appreciate you. Thank you very much. This wouldn't have happened without your support. And I want you to know that. All the events that we've ever done, thank you. I appreciate it. So I want just to basically share that with her and with all of you for listening. And my last quote, listen to this one. Don't log off just yet. We're logging off early anyway. Yes. Do you want to come on the screen? Oh dear. She's like, I've got my makeup on. Okay. All right. She doesn't need makeup. But anyway. Okay. So the last quote. I know you know this guy. Martin Luther King said, if you can't fly, then run. If you can't run, then walk. If you can't walk, then crawl. But by all means, keep moving. So that's what we have for you. Keep moving. Keep going. Keep moving. In the meantime, you can stay connected with us on Instagram, on Twitter, at 1000 Black Boys, on Facebook and YouTube, 1000 Black Boys, and also on our website. If you want to join our mailing list, please pop us an email and we'll add you to our mailing list. And if you love what we do and you want to partner with us, look, listen, we are not looking to do all of this by ourselves. We're not, it's not possible. But with other people, partners, people who see things that we see, do you know what? Like, partner with us. We would totally love to work with you. If you share our vision for making a difference, let's do it. And so that's our website. And thank you. Oh, Ms. P said, here's my last quote. Behind every successful man, there's a very patient woman. Totally. Very patient woman. I totally agree with that, and I share that. And so from us to you, from the 1000 Black Boys team, thank you. Have a great Christmas. See you in 2021 for our next session on January 23rd. It's a Saturday. It's going to be amazing. We're going to start from 3:30 again. And in the meantime, connect with us. It'll be great to interact with you in the meantime. I'm going to post something on Instagram right now. I'm going to post something on my LinkedIn as well. Come on. So have a great Christmas. Have a great New Year. And like we say at 1000 Black Boys, let's go and let's transform the world. Let's transform it. Let's do it. See you later. Bye-bye, everyone. I'm ending the broadcast. I'm pressing the button.